Thanks for
Yeah.
Good evening, everyone. It is 8 o'clock, and I want to welcome all of you here. And as people walk in, we want to let them know that there are additional seats adjacent to the main council chambers. I'd like to welcome you and officially call this meeting to order. It is September 4th, 2012, and I'd ask if all the audience could please join the Village Board in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. If our clerk could please call the roll.
Trustee Glasgow?
Here.
Trustee Hayes?
Here.
Trustee Rosenberg?
Here.
Trustee Scaletta?
Here.
Trustee Sidor?
Here.
Trustee Blackwood? Here. Trustee Breyer? Trustee Farwell?
Here.
President Mulder?
Here. We have a quorum, so we move to the agenda. And for those of you who are joining us and not familiar with our Village Board meetings, we do have some limited copies of the agenda in the back of the room. And for those who wish to address the Village Board this evening at our meeting, we respectfully request that you complete one of these blue cards, bring it up to our clerk so that she can get it to us. Again, I'd like to welcome all of you, and we'll move on with our agenda. We're at item 4, approval of minutes. We have before the Board of Trustees this evening 2 sets of minutes. First, August 20th, 2012, or 2012. I'd ask if there are any comments, corrections, deletions, or additions.
Move approval.
Pass.
Motion by Trustee Farwell, seconded by Trustee Rosenberg. Note the pass from
Pass.
Trustee
Sidor.
Sidor. It indicates that you were here.
On the 20th?
Oh, on the 20th. No, that's correct. All right, had them in wrong order here. Trustee Glasgow and Trustee Sidor.
That's correct. Yes.
Recusal as being not at this meeting. Motion, Trustee Farwell, seconded by Trustee Rosenberg. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say nay. Motion carries. Next, we have minutes of the Committee of the Whole meeting held August 27th, 2012. Again, comments, corrections, deletions, or additions?
Pass.
Move approval. Second.
Trustee Pass for Trustee Glasgow and Trustee Rosenberg. Any other comments? Motion, did I hear?
Motion and second.
A motion by Trustee Scaletta, seconded by Trustee Hayes. Any other comments? All those in favor of approval signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say nay. Motion carries. We now move to item 5, approval of accounts payable dated August 30th. Again, I'd ask, or I'd call on Trustee Hayes.
Thank you, Madam President. I would move approval of the payables dated August 30th, 2012 in the amount of $1,534,604.
Second.
Motion by Trustee Hayes, seconded by Trustee Farwell. Any questions or comments from trustees? Anyone in the audience? Seeing none, roll call, please.
Trustee Hayes?
Yes.
Trustee Farwell?
Yes.
Trustee Blackwood?
Yes.
Trustee Breyer?
Yes.
Trustee Glasgow?
Yes.
Trustee Rosenberg?
Yes.
Trustee Scaletta?
Yes.
Trustee Sidor?
Yes.
President Mulder?
Yes. We have no items from item 6 through 9. So we move to our consent agenda, and I'd ask if there are any trustees who wish to vote no or pass on any item on the consent agenda. For those in the audience, the consent agenda are the items contained on page 3, 4, and 5. And I believe, did we have a motion from Mr. Dixon? We need to remove an item. Mr. Dixon?
Well, not a motion, but a request that the board make a motion. Earlier today, we learned of some new information on item 10C that will require some further analysis. So for this evening, we would ask that the board remove that from the consent agenda and take no action on it.
So moved.
Second.
Motion by Trustee Farwell, seconded by Trustee Glasgow. Any other additional comments?
Move approval of the remaining items on the consent agenda.
Second.
Motion by Trustee Hayes, seconded by Trustee Scaletta to approve all our remaining items on the consent agenda. Any other comments? Roll call.
Trustee Hayes?
Yes.
Trustee Scaletta?
Yes.
Trustee Sidor?
Yes.
Trustee Blackwood?
Yes.
Trustee Breyer?
Yes.
Trustee Farwell?
Yes.
Trustee Glasgow?
Yes.
Trustee Rosenberg?
Yes.
President Mulder?
Yes. Mr. Dixon, any other action on item 10C?
Not at this time, thank you.
Okay, it will just come back to us at another meeting. So for those in the audience, we've moved all the way through to page 6. And I'd call on our village manager, Mr. Dixon.
Thank you, Mayor. The first item under new business requiring the board's attention this evening is the petition of the Lutheran Home for the Olson Pavilion. The request is an amendment to a PUD ordinance to allow 1 3-story and 3 4-story building additions. A request for a variation to allow an increase to the maximum building height from 45 to 47 feet for the 3 4-story Olson home additions. A variation to allow a reduction between the proposed building and the drive aisle from 15 feet to 4 feet. And a variation to waive the installation of 2 4-inch caliper shade trees within the parking lot islands above the detention vaults. This matter was heard by the Plan Commission on July 25 of this year, and the Plan Commission did recommend approval with some conditions. That vote was 5-4. Since that time, in the aftermath of that meeting, Lutheran Home has revised their proposal to include the following modifications. First, the Certificate of Need letter has been provided from the State of Illinois Health Facilities and Services Review Board. Secondly, all 437 parking stalls provided on the site will be installed at the same time, as opposed to the 385 spaces initially requested by the petitioner and the 405 spaces recommended by staff at the Plan Commission hearing. So all the parking will be done up front as part of the initial development, as opposed to the thought of land banking, which once was the concept. Third, all funeral services and on-site special events and programs hosted by third parties will be discontinued. Fourth, a parking agreement between Lutheran Home and Luther Village has been established for up to 50 parking spaces that can be used for special events hosted by Lutheran Home. Fifth, a new employee parking policy has been established which A, prohibits employees and volunteers from parking on the surrounding public streets, B, assigns a parking space location for each employee and volunteer, and C, requires employees, volunteers to register their vehicles with Lutheran Home and place a parking tag within their vehicle. Finally, employees are encouraged to carpool. Item 6, the parking management plan has been revised to include a new full-time parking enforcement officer who will monitor and enforce Lutheran Home's employee parking policy. So there was a narrow recommendation to approve from the Plan Commission. In the aftermath of that, the petitioner has, we believe, significantly modified the submittal, and this matter is ready for Village Board consideration.
Thank you, Mr. Dixon. Any initial questions, Trustee Rosenberg?
Mayor, I have to recuse myself for professional reasons, as the petitioner is a client of our firm, so I will not be attending tonight. So.
Thank you, Trustee Rosenberg. And Trustee Farwell?
Mayor, also as a point of order, I need to recuse myself this evening from this evening's deliberation and vote. My eldest daughter has been an employee of and is currently on the list as an employee of Lutheran Home in their food services division. And while she is away at school, when she does come back, she typically gets hours. So in order to avoid the mere appearance of impropriety, I thought it would be best to recuse myself after speaking with our ethics officer. So I will be recusing myself.
Thank you, Trustee Farwell. Hopefully there's no more hands. Trustee Scaletta?
I will not be recusing myself, but I will go on record stating that my son does attend Shepherd's Flock Daycare, which is inside the Lutheran home. I do pay for that, so I have no financial interest other than continuing to send money to Lutheran home.
He's one of the younger people, right? Thank you, Trustee Scaletta. And I hopefully, any other comments? Seeing no hands, I want to welcome Trustee Breyer has joined us as well this evening. Any other comments? Seeing none. We do expect a number of speakers. I just would like to go through a few rules to expedite. I know some of you stayed till 1 a.m. At the Plan Commission meeting, and our effort is to see if we can reduce that time and yet allow each and every one of you to speak. For those of you who've never attended or perhaps never watched any of our meetings, we do ask each speaker to end their comments prior to the 3 minutes. You each get 3 minutes. We do have a clock that will start at 3 as you introduce yourself and begin to speak. The clock will start decreasing until 000. Is that correct? I'll check with the clerk, I'm sure giving you right instructions. And another thing, too, is duplicity and redundance of the same comments, if we can avoid that. So if a speaker prior to you makes a point that you wanted to make, if you have additional comments, we certainly welcome all of those. And believe it or not, you may have sat through the meeting, but each of us up here have read through the complete verbatim transcript. So just wanted you to know that we've heard or read the comments you made at the prior meeting. So there wouldn't be any need to repeat what was said at the Plan Commission meeting. I've already announced if anyone has come in later that would like to speak, we do request that you complete a blue card. We do need the correct name and spelling for purposes of the minutes. And we do have closed caption on the cabled video of our meetings, so it makes it a lot easier for our residents to know who that speaker is. So again, please, as a speaker, limit your comments to 3 minutes. Avoid redundancy, and it's okay if you feel after we're at 54 now, I think, you can come up and say, I'm so-and-so and I pass. We'll accept that if everything you wanted to say has been said. If there's a group of people who want to have designated a spokesperson, that's also welcomed. And I'm sure there's not a person in the audience that isn't familiar a little bit with baseball. I like to use a baseball system. The person that's speaking, and then I'll give a name of the next person to be on deck. And so I'd like that person to be in the aisle, standing and waiting, and to come immediately upon the conclusion of the current speaker. So I'll announce the name and say on deck after I introduce the first speaker. Did I cover everything, Mr. Dixon?
Very well.
Okay. First, we're going to hear from the petitioner, who will probably reiterate for some of you who may have come in after Mr. Dixon made his comments about some of the changes that have been made since the Plan Commission. So I invite the presenters for the Lutheran Homes project. Name and address, please, from each and every speaker.
Absolutely. My name is Roger Paulsberg, and I reside at 610 West Oakton Street in Arlington Heights. I will start off the presentation this evening, and
I should say, too, for the members in the audience, as the petitioner, they do get more than 3 minutes, so so don't think I'm just like favoring him or something. So he is the petitioner.
I was going to ask you that, so I was hoping to cross my fingers that I would have a little more time. As I mentioned, I'm Roger Paulsberg, and I'm the President and CEO of Lutheran Life Communities. And it is my pleasure to represent Lutheran Life Communities and to give you a brief overview of the detail that Arlene had mentioned that you all have spent hours in reviewing, and we're very, very grateful for that. This is a very vital project, as you know, to our campus here in Arlington Heights. It's what we call mission critical. It's very, very important from the standpoint of getting the changes done so that we can continue to provide the highest quality of care to our residents here in Arlington Heights. As I mentioned, being CEO of Lutheran Life Communities, Lutheran Life Communities is a system of senior living communities that was born out of decades of success right here in Arlington Heights at the Lutheran Home. We have 5 other sites located in Illinois and Indiana, and one soon to be in Florida. I wanted to just give you just a short little tidbit of my history. I've been a resident of Arlington Heights for 23 years and been the president and administrator of the Lutheran Home for 23 years. Moved down here with my family all the way from North Dakota, from Minnesota, and then to Minnesota, and then down to the Chicagoland area. I've actually been in the long-term care business for about 35 years. Again, began that career up in North Dakota with my mother and father, where my father was administrator of a Lutheran Home, and my mother was the director of nurses at the Lutheran Home in New Rockford, North Dakota. Hopefully you know where New Rockford, North Dakota is. In the central part of the state. It gets very cold, as you know. But our family has just had a very wonderful time moving down to the Chicagoland area and being able to put our kids through Hersey High School. And actually, when we first were going to move down here, I remembered Arlington Heights in the back of my mind, my memory. I actually had an uncle, Weddy Krenzel, that lived down here in the 50s. I used to live on Vale Street. And I remember driving down here with my folks all the way from North Dakota. I thought I was going to the end of the world. I wasn't sure where I was going. But I remember sitting in front of the railroad tracks with the arm coming down, and I was very fascinated with trains at the time, and I always remember that little tidbit from a personal standpoint. So I just wanted to mention that. So it was very, very keen when I found out that we would be moving to Arlington Heights, and I related some of that family history back to my family. Next slide. Somebody's doing it for right there. Thank you. I wasn't quite sure. This is some slides again that depict the Lutheran Home back in its original 1892 location. On the upper right-hand side is the old Altenheim at the corner of Euclid and Northwest Highway. And again, it was called the Evangelical Lutheran Old Folks Home Association of Chicago Vicinity, the Altenheim. The picture on the right-hand side is a Lutheran Home for the Aged in 1953 when it was built on the current site. As you can see, it was surrounded by cornfields and surrounded by other farmland. And then we have the current Lutheran Home in the 2012 of that portion, which we're talking about tonight. Again, surrounded now by residents in a residential neighborhood that has grown to surround our entire area because of the fantastic community that we have created in that area. As the village of Arlington Heights has grown, obviously the Lutheran Home has adapted to meet all those different community needs. Next slide. We're an essential community within the community. As the village of Arlington Heights celebrates its 125th year, the home is celebrating 120 years of service in the community, and together, as I mentioned before, we have grown. The Lutheran Home is one of the village's largest employers. We serve over 2,200 neighbors each year in our short-term rehab, our health care options, our in-home services, adult day services, child care, and our Meals on Wheels program through Wheeling Township. We sponsor community events. This isn't the entire list, but we were involved with the village's 125th celebration, the Sounds of Summer at Harmony Park. Senior Center events, we sponsor the Hersey High School prom. We have a lot of high school individuals, students that work at the Lutheran Home primarily in our culinary or our food service area, and we obviously want to create a good impression with them. And of course, the Mayor's Prayer Breakfast, so we also help sponsor that. So generations, for many generations, again, we've considered ourselves a vital community within the community. And again, it's because we love our neighbors and we love the village of Arlington Heights. Next slide. The project before you tonight is intended to extend excellence in serving seniors for generations and generations to come. The Lutheran Home has to, and we are, as I mentioned before, a mission-critical proposal for modernizing our campus for those that we serve. We're continuing the same services, but provided in state-of-the-art residential settings. There will be no additional or changing services. We're modernizing our facilities both inside and out. We're respecting the privacy and dignity of each resident. We're adding a private bathroom and shower to each of our residents. We're updating the Olson Pavilion, which was built in the 70s, to soften the institutional design for a more residential character. The new interior layout will create multiple neighborhoods for our residents, new areas for residents to gather with their families, and we'll be adding new restaurant-style culinary dining areas. Again, a very, very important customer service part with our families. This is a shot of the existing room configuration. And again, one of the driving purposes of this project is to provide private bathrooms with showers in every resident room. This is now standard in all the new skilled nursing facilities that are being developed. Our existing Olson Pavilion was set up with a shared toilet between each room. And what you see before you is the existing resident rooms on the left-hand side. They're about 150 square feet. And we have existing resident corridors, which again are just very long corridors. And then we have the existing shared resident toilet lavatory between two rooms. What's really unique, though, is that this design was created in 1970. The Olson Pavilion, which we're reconfiguring, is all private rooms. That was unheard of in those days when it was designed. So I really have to give kudos to not only our board of directors, but also to the Village of Arlington Heights Trustees at the time that did approve that project. That was a creative, cutting-edge concept to really develop all complete private rooms within a nursing home setting. I also want to give kudos to Frank Katowski, who is a resident of Sherwood, and the architect at that time that had the vision to be able to present that to our board of directors at that time. So again, it was a very, very cutting edge concept that they approved back in the 70s. Okay. The next shot is the proposed room configuration. Again, a much larger living area of about 245 square feet, a private bathroom, private shower, again, to provide much more respect for the dignity of our residents. We are basically turning every 3 rooms into 2 rooms, again, with that private bath and shower. And in so doing, the Olson Pavilion will have a reduced capacity of about 90 rooms. On this slide, we talk again about continuing the same services. We are taking the 78 rooms in a new wing to recapture 98 rooms lost in the existing Olson Pavilion due to the addition of those private bathrooms. So we have a net campus reduction of about 12 rooms. We're updating the facility to meet new regulatory codes and standards. We're repairing and replacing existing infrastructure systems that have reached the end of their useful life. And we're improving the rehabilitation accommodations and the therapy gym. This is a visual of the new, it's actually a rendering of the proposed therapy accommodations and the rehabilitation area that we'll be providing for our new residents. As you can see, the tremendous light that's going to be coming in, the very soft decor, again, just creating a very, very conducive environment for wellness and for rehabilitation. Okay. We are adding a new west building, again, to make up for the loss of the rooms that we are having to redo in the Olson Pavilion. We have to add this building because that's the only way that we can really phase in the renovation of the Olson Pavilion. We have to take our residents and move them someplace, and this is with the ability to do this on that campus is just absolutely tremendous in allowing us to do it. So we're updating everything. We're responding to the residential neighborhood with compatible building design, building materials, windows, the roof line, all reflect a very nice residential character, and of course it'll be richly and robustly landscaped. This rendering shows you it emphasizes a detailed plan to utilize a combination of existing and new landscape features to retain a similar street-side view of the campus. And this is the view from the campus's southwest corner. Again, from the corner of Oakton and Kennecott, you can see the new building behind the existing and some of the existing and some new landscaping. And then the lower right-hand picture is the picture of the current very exact same site. And the west wing addition, again, from the corner of Kennecott and Concordia, again with the new building on the right-hand side, and the existing Olson Pavilion renovated on the left-hand side, which shows through some of the landscaping. And then the current picture down in the lower right corner. The Olson Pavilion renovation, the approach that we wanted to use, again, was to minimize the institutional character of that existing pavilion. And we wanted to create a much more residential character by including gabled roofs on the additions, which will expand our resident culinary, dining, and living areas. And this is a picture of the Olson Pavilion from across Oakton Street. The lower right-hand picture is the current picture, and the larger picture is the one with the new, some additional landscaping, and you can see some of the gabled roofs through some of the trees that are some of the deciduous trees that are currently screening the building, and will be still there, obviously, too. And we wanted to include a picture of our new culinary dining rooms. Again, that's a rendering. The larger picture and the smaller inset is our current dining room. As you can see, it's that's a whole different world, practically, is from the standpoint of dining, of what our current residents have now, and what we are proposing to be able to include. A beautiful dining area, and obviously a beautiful gathering area, too. Okay. Our planning history and process. Again, for the past 5 years, plus longer than that, really, the Lutheran Home, our staff and myself, we've been planning this project to. We recognize the aging infrastructure that was occurring in the Olson Pavilion, with the structure being almost 40+ years old. We recognize that we had a parking issue with the off-street parking that was occurring. So we wanted to have a real deliberate planning process to make sure that we took care of these concerns and came up with the proper solution that would continue to serve our residents and obviously our families and the local neighbors for many, many years to come. We also have had many neighborhood meetings, 3 of those in October of 2011, March of 2012, and August of 2012. And we also are planning, we are committing to a quarterly neighborhood meetings that we'll be having with all of our neighbors and inviting them in the months and years to come, if you so approve this project for us to begin this evening. Obviously, with the village staff, we've had numerous meetings with them over the last couple of years, and I do have to give kudos to all of them. They have just been absolutely tremendous with the assistance that they've given our staff, the recommendations on how to really create a very conducive home-like and residential environment for our senior citizens here in Arlington Heights. And let's see, we also have gone before the Design Commission and received a positive recommendation. The Building Code Review Board, a positive recommendation. The Certificate of Need by the state was granted in July of 2012. And of course, the Planning Commission, in the meetings that we had with them, recommending approval in July of 2012. And we truly feel that we've developed a very balanced response to all the concerns that have been raised through those meetings and from our neighbors. Okay. Just to reiterate some of the project concerns that a lot of you have been studying by our neighbors, center around primarily around public street parking. The current parking spots on the home campus are about 322. The highest observed daily peak demand in the parking study was about 373, so we have a current shortfall of about 51 spots. And the parking spots on the home campus at project completion, as proposed, will be 437, so we'll be increasing 115 parking spots on that campus. Lutheran Home is completing the additional 21 land bank parking stalls as requested by the village staff, and as Mr. Dixon mentioned. The plan is to eliminate daily need for public street parking by our Lutheran Home volunteers, visitors, and staff, so to bring them all onto the campus. The proposed number of parking stalls does exceed the village code requirement. This is the overall site plan with the when everything is completed, and here you'll see as is proposed, and going from west to east or left to right for those of you in the audience, we have the west building addition, as you can see. Then we have the Olson Pavilion, and then we have the nursing and memory support neighborhoods. We have our Cherish Place Adult Day Services at the north, and then we have a chapel, beautiful chapel to the south, our main entrance. And then we have Shepherd's Flock Child Daycare Center, which is located in the heart of our buildings now. And then we have Hearthstone Assisted Living, and then, of course, the new east parking lot on the far east. There you go. Okay. Right. Our parking management plan, as was mentioned before, that we've developed. Again, we're providing all of our employees with sufficient parking in employee parking areas. All of our employees' cars must be registered, not just one car. If they plan on driving somebody else's, 2, 3, we are asking that all of those be registered. Employees who do not park in those designated areas will be subject to discipline, of course, because we are going to stand very firm on where people will be parking as part of their employment. We'll provide our visitors with sufficient parking in clearly designated visitor parking areas. And as mentioned earlier, too, a full-time parking enforcement officer has been hired who, along with security and administration, is responsible for enforcing those parking rules and assisting our visitors. Third-party sponsored events, as mentioned, such as seminars, piano recitals, and funerals, have been stopped. I just wanted to mention a little bit on that one. You know, we had our reasoning behind having those sponsored events was we wanted to draw people to our campus. We wanted to expose them to the rich quality of care, to our senior citizens, and how vibrant and the life that does abound on that campus, or with our children there. Most people, when they obviously come to our healthcare portion, to the Lutheran Home in particular, there's obviously an acute healthcare event that has caused them to suddenly call us, and that's why, you know, many people have said, you know, that we're like a diamond in the rough, because in essence, a lot of people don't know about us until they really, really need us. So our purpose behind a lot of those events, again, was to create awareness. But unfortunately, the overflow of parking and the different distractions that have occurred that have come up significantly over the last few meetings with our neighbors, you know, has caused us to pause on that. So we have stopped those third-party sponsored events. The overflow parking options, such as instructing designated employees to park at our Lutheran Life Communities Ministries Center on Salt Creek Lane, will be implemented to create extra space for visitors at the home, and valet parking may be offered when needed. And as mentioned too, we have developed an agreement with Luther Village to provide 50 parking spaces for special events, and the Lutheran Home will direct employees to park in these spaces to create more spaces for our visitors. Our construction parking management plan, again, is the agreement that we have set up with St. Peter Lutheran Church for about 80 spaces to be used by our employees. Shuttle service to St. Peter's Lutheran Church has begun, and we implemented that just almost immediately after the Planning Commission meeting, and obviously it's worked very, very well. Our streets, Oakton and all the side streets, are completely clear of vehicles, and we've been doing really excellent due diligence on making sure that our employees stay off those streets and park on the campus or at St. Peter's. And then we have an agreement with Christian Church of Arlington Heights for parking for our construction workers, if and so when the project is approved and we can begin construction. Another concern was the stormwater management approach. our proposed building addition does displace our existing west surface detention basin. The project solution, however, will include 2 underground storage chambers that are located under the north and south parking lots. And our underground storage chambers will enhance, as you all know, the health and safety, of course, of the neighborhood versus having those above-ground detention areas. The stormwater runoff from about 1.96 acres, which currently is not captured, will now be detained. And the new east side parking lot will have a new dry detention basin, which actually will be right next to my house, right on the corner. And the proposed solution will increase the detention on the site by over 55%, which is really incredible. So we're glad to be able to do that with this particular solution. This is a shot of the stormwater management approach. On the left is the existing plan, the current above-ground detention areas, the green areas, and on the right-hand side is the proposed plan with the 2 new storage chambers, and then the some still existing dry detention on the right-hand side, as you can see. Some of the zoning variations that we are looking at are the building height, the minimum distance from building wall to paved area, and the shade trees and the parking islands. The building height, the zoning variance is requested for only for the Olson Pavilion, the gabled roofing. As you can see, we're pointing out where the gabled roofs are, and that is the only zoning variance from a height standpoint that we are requesting. The next shot shows the building height of the new building on the west side, and there is no zoning variance necessary for that new building because it meets the requirements. The minimum distance from the building wall to the paved area, we're requesting a zoning variance as necessary on the interior of the campus only. The code calls for a 15-foot setback, and that is a 4-foot setback next to the interior of the building. And that roadway, that area will only be used by our ambulances for bringing residents to and from the Lutheran home. So all that traffic that now is at the front with our ambulances now will come around to that main area in the back. Okay. Shade trees in the parking islands, again, a requested variance above the stormwater retention chambers, the 2 areas, that chamber and then the other chamber at the south part of the campus. Again, primarily due, as you're all aware, just because of the lack of areas for the roots to grow. So we're requesting a variance for that. The new east parking lot is an area which the village has previously designated for parking, as evidenced by the land bank parking in that area. This parking lot location does exceed all setback requirements, and the lighting in this lot will be automatically shut off every night from 10 p.m. to 6 a.m. And we are installing robust, beautiful landscaping, which will provide a very nice visual screen for our neighbors to the north and to the east that will be affected by that parking lot. And this is a site plan again of the east parking lot, again with the robust landscaping all the way around, especially to the east and especially to the north of that area. And the next slide is a visual viewing west from of the east parking lot, viewing west from across Ridge Avenue. It's difficult to see the current Hearthstone building in there in both shots because, again, the Hearthstone is set back quite a ways, and it is covered very well by all of our current trees on the lower right-hand side, and with the new parking lot encroaching towards the east by the sidewalk area further back, of course, we'll be adding a lot more evergreens and a much more robust landscaping to provide a buffer for our neighbors for that area. The next shot is from the north of the property, the east parking lot, concerned by 2 of our neighbors from Luther Village that have units on that, which would be on the north end of that parking lot. It will no longer be that empty lot there. What they'll have is, a very, again, robust landscaping very nice perennials that will, be able to, that will be installed to have, blooming in the spring, summer, and fall. And of course, then the evergreens for the winter time when those flowers are not in bloom. But again, as they, we're increasing the size of those initially, and then of course, as they grow over the years, it'll be a very, very beautiful area for them to take a look at. The next shot is of our current, just an example of some of our current landscaping. The lower left is in front of our Hearthstone building, the Lutheran Home sign, and of course our chapel and our Christ figure on upper right, which we've just been redoing, and of course our pond in front of Hearthstone. I wanted to mention also, you can see the residential character of the current Hearthstone building, which we built. Again, very similar process that we had with this one, where we had to build that building to renovate our part of our old building of the Lutheran Home, and to be able to move some of those residents into that building and then complete the renovation of that area, and then move some of them back, and of course provide, again, larger rooms and different type of neighborhoods for the residents in that area. So very, very similar type of process that we're requesting from a phasing in standpoint. Just to recap, some of our neighborhood concerns, again, the zoning, the building uses, and the scope of service are going to remain unchanged. We are not adding new services whatsoever. The overall resident population is actually decreasing by 12. The West Addition setbacks are all in compliance, and the West Addition height is all in compliance with the new building that we're proposing. The residential design aesthetics, again, the architectural scale is being sensitive to our residential neighborhood. We're utilizing residential building materials, and we're maintaining that high quality and robust landscaping, which we will continue. And we're incorporating green building materials into our residential design aesthetics. Parking and traffic, on-site parking increases by 115 stalls, as I mentioned before. The parking management plan has been implemented. The operational plan has been implemented to eliminate all on-street parking by our employees, volunteers, and visitors. And of course, our stormwater management improves the safety with underground storage chambers. We increase the stormwater detention, and the design complies with the village and Metropolitan Water Reclamation District regulations. Project summary, again, creating state-of-the-art facilities for our residents that incorporate residential design aesthetics to increase the residential feel of the campus. The overall population on the campus of the home is decreasing. Again, I want to keep reemphasizing that, and that our services are not changing. We're not adding anything new that we haven't been doing for 15, 20 years. Adding parking for guests, volunteers, and staff. And we definitely feel that we're striking a balance with the village, and of course, with our neighborhood concerns that have been expressed. Maintaining our long-term economic and regulatory viability in a rapidly changing senior living and healthcare environment. We do both, senior living and healthcare on that campus. We're reinforcing the Lutheran Home's reputation as that good neighbor and that excellent business partner with you all in the village of Arlington Heights. And we're passionate about that, and we're proud of that. And of course, we're remaining faithful to our mission for generations and generations to come. Last picture, I just wanted to end with really our faithful preparation for generations to come. Talking about our mission statement across the bottom there, empowering vibrant, grace-filled living across all generations. This picture is really a collage that was on the train that we sponsored with the Villages of Arlington Heights 125th anniversary. And my point here is that everything that we've talked about relates to people. It relates to the individuals that are in this picture here. That is why we love what we do. That's why we have the passion that we have for the people that we care for every single day and every minute of our lives. That's why you see a lot of people that are here today. They all have that same passion. It's one of my key issues that I have when people come to work for us, that if people don't love working with the elderly, with the senior citizen, I don't want them working for the Lutheran Home or for Lutheran Life Communities. They have to have that love and passion within their heart. It has to be expressed every day. I expect eye-to-eye contact, smiles when they walk down down the aisles, talking to residents and that interaction. We have that told to us all the time, that is the key to our success, is that one-on-one and personal touch that we have with each and every single one of our residents and with each and every single one of our staff that comes on that campus. We want to continue to provide that strong leadership for all of our seniors in Arlington Heights. As you know, a community is judged by how they care for their elderly. And I do have to say, Arlington Heights has done an above-board job with everything that they've done. The senior center that we've created, that actually I was privileged to be a part of the planning when I served on the senior commission, is one of the best actually in the nation from the standpoint of ones that have been developed. We want to continue that service within Arlington Heights, that tradition of excellence of care, the quality services, that love and compassion, and of course that trust that people have had and continue to have for us since 1892 and for these last 120 years. We want to keep the next 120 years completely intact with the high quality of services that we have provided. We want to continue serving God's people in the manner that we have for years and years in the past and for years and years in the future. So I want to thank you. And then we have our last slide, I believe, the last picture, just again, for your thoughtful consideration, all the time that you spent reviewing all the materials that you have, and we'll be happy to answer any questions or whatever your process is next, Mayor. And I want to thank you, and God bless. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the thorough and the pictorial accompaniment to the comments. I would, at this point, ask if there are comments from staff as far as the petitioner.
Not at this time. We're also available for questions.
Okay. Trustee Hayes?
Well, we do have in our packets the revised proposal, which obviously comes after the full Plan Commission hearing. And I'm just wondering, from the planning department's perspective, first of all, was the planning department involved at all in the formulation of this revised proposal, or is this coming solely from the petitioner?
Trustee Hayes, after the Plan Commission meeting, we asked Lutheran Home to address some of the issues raised at the Plan Commission in more detail, in particular the parking. There were a number of issues raised at that meeting about special events that either had or hadn't been accommodated in the parking analysis. And we also asked them to take another look at the parking and look at providing more of the parking up front, which they have done. So as a result of that, those are the results of some of these changes. Their response to updating and being more specific on the parking management plan, I think, was also an outgrowth from the Plan Commission meeting as well.
And I guess the question, Charles, is does the planning department have any concerns about the revised proposal? I know your initial recommendation was to support the petitioner's request or proposal before it went to the Plan Commission, and I assume that these revised conditions or proposals only further enhance your support for the proposal, or I wonder if you could comment on that.
Yes, I just wanted to, I'll comment on that and maybe put up the revised recommendation so the public can see that as well. Before I do that, I just wanted to briefly comment about the process. We did hear from some of the residents very early on, in particular the Sherwood Association sent some correspondence to me and the Plan Commission almost a year ago. They raised a number of concerns about setbacks, building heights, parking, and drainage. And this little snapshot shows you what was initially proposed. Initially, the building setbacks along Kennicott were 33 feet in the proposed plan, which did meet zoning, but the PUD that was approved in 1988 set forth a 50-foot building setback. So we asked the petitioner to address that as they went through the process. The building height was approximately 45 feet initially, which also met the zoning for the institutional district, but again the 1988 PUD set a lower height limit of 40 feet. So we asked them to redesign the building, which they did several times, and went to Design Commission and addressed the 40-foot height for the main new building. We also went back and forth extensively on parking. Currently, the site has 322 spaces on site. Based upon the parking counts that were done by the consultant, there were approximately 69 to 70 vehicles parking on the streets, Oakton and South, and on Kennicott. It was assumed majority of those were employees or visitors of Lutheran Home. Some of them may not be, but it was assumed that that was. And so it was obviously identified they had a parking deficit. Initially, the plan submitted had 369 spaces. The current proposal before you has 437 spaces, which is more than the initial, more than at Plan Commission. And there is no land bank parking. It's all being provided up front, which staff recommends. And then on the drainage front, they are providing additional stormwater detention on the property over and above the current improvements. So that will help, lessen the impact on the neighborhood. This is just a strikeout of some of the conditions that the Plan Commission had recommended that have been addressed. So, for example, the first one required that they provide documentation of the certificate of need, which they have provided. The next one dealt with land bank parking, which no longer is being considered. But the items that are underlined, 1, 2, and 3, are suggested new conditions for the village board consideration. One, that Lutheran Home shall concurrently install the 437 spaces, at once with the construction. The 2, that Lutheran Home enforce the parking management and employee parking policy, which includes but not limited to prohibiting employee and visitor parking on the public streets. And then 3, no funeral services or other specific events or programs hosted by third parties shall be allowed at the facility. That was volunteered by Lutheran Home as opposed to addressing and calculating what the potential demand of those uses might be. So with these modified conditions, staff feels that, they've come a long way to addressing a lot of the neighborhood concerns. Probably not satisfied everybody, but it does meet the zoning, it does meet the 1988 PUD setback and height provisions, and based upon that, the Staff Development Committee does recommend approval with these conditions.
And is the Lutheran Home, the petitioner, in favor of all of these new conditions then? They support them?
We believe they are.
Yes, absolutely.
Okay. And Mr. Paulsberg, if you'd stand up there for just a few minutes. I have just a couple of questions for you or someone from your team. Regarding your willingness to stop hosting third-party special events, I appreciate that. I see that it's possible, though, that the Lutheran Home itself might still sponsor special events of its own doing, of whatever form.
Yes, correct.
Right. What kinds of events are those?
Well, just take, for example, one that's coming up this weekend is our Fall Festival. That's been going on for almost as long as that we've been involved, for over 100 years. We would like to continue hosting funerals for our residents that live within that have lived within the Lutheran Home. We probably there might be other activities, life enrichment type events that would be held that we would sponsor. But again, when those do occur, that's why we've set up the agreement with Luther Village to be able to have those spots available so that we could take any employees, and park them there, and then we'd reserve that area then for either valet parking or designate that area for visitors if they would come on campus for that.
Okay. One other question regarding the parking, the new parking lot on the east side. We certainly appreciate the condition that the lights would be turned off between 10 p.m. and 6 a.m. Will there be anyone who would have a need to park in that lot overnight? such that they'd have to be walking there in dark conditions without the lights?
No, because of our shift changes, there will be only specific shifts that will park in that area, and once they've completed, they'll be exiting that area, and then the next shift will be parking in the, I believe it's in the west side.
Okay, great. That's all I have for now. Thank you.
Other trustees? Trustee Scaletta?
I'm going to hold the majority of my questions till the end, but you just mentioned that there would be some type of event that would continue aside from funerals for residents, but what was the other event that you mentioned that might continue?
Well, it all depends on the type of life enrichment type events that we might decide to sponsor. Say for our residents, we may hold and we have a number of as people are growing older, we have 100th birthday parties. And if usually individuals, when they reach that age, obviously they have a lot of kids, a lot of grandchildren that will show up for those different type of birthday parties and different things like that. But there would not be any, like, say, recitals that would, again, be a third party, bringing them on site for that particular purpose. We would have, like, a life enrichment event, say, like a band or a musical group that would come in to perform for our residents, of course, because we do want to continue their quality of life from a life enrichment standpoint. But again, that's for our residents. We would not be inviting the public in for that.
Right, so there would be no need for moving people around for parking.
Correct.
Okay. I'll hold the majority of my questions to the end because I'd like to hear from the residents. I have a laundry list and maybe they'll be hitting on the same ones.
Any other trustee wish to make comments at this point? I'll hold my questions as well because I think I would concur with Trustee Scaletta. I think some of my questions have pertained to some of the items and awareness. We have been provided with some petitions that were circulated by neighbors and submitted to us. So we have those as well in our packet. With that, then, no one else has any comments at this point. Let's hear from the audience who have chosen to join us. And again, a refresher on the rules on deck means that you want to be standing when there's like 30 seconds left on the current speaker so that you're ready to come up to the microphone and you get out of the row that you happen to be in. I'm going in order of the ones that they put in. So Stephen Ducheny is number 1, and on deck is Joe Stanhope.
Thank you, Your Honor and trustees. My name is Stephen Duchene, D-U-C-H-E-N-E. I live at 2105 Countryside Circle in Naperville, Illinois. As Corporate Facilities Director for Lutheran Life Communities, I'd like to briefly bring to the board's attention a few items that illustrate how the Lutheran home demonstrates good citizenship. For the past several years, the Lutheran home has dutifully met the Illinois Snow and Ice Removal Act by clearing sidewalks of snow and ice throughout the winter season to allow a safer pedestrian pathway, not only on its campus on Oakton Street, but also, as a good neighbor, to the adjacent neighborhood sidewalks along Kennecott Boulevard, Thomas Street, and Ridge Avenue, thus allowing neighbors to walk or recreate more safely on a continuous path of about 1 mile. In 2011, the Lutheran home worked with the police department to be considered as an area of safe refuge for children in the event of a local school evacuation emergency. In March 2009, the Lutheran home, as a good neighbor, assisted the police by sheltering approximately 60 local citizens when there was an overnight domestic disturbance. The Lutheran home agreed to send employees to the 12-week Arlington Heights Citizen Police Academy in 2007. And in 2006, dozens of Lutheran home employees were trained by the Arlington Heights Fire Department to become citizen emergency responders for the support of the Community Disaster Plan in partnership with the U.S. Department of Homeland Security. In December 2010, Arlington Heights was awarded recognition by the National Safety Council as an international safe community. Only 14 communities in the United States carried this designation. One of the criteria for this award is, quote, a cross-sectional partnership responsible for the promotion of community safety. Now, the facilities director at the Lutheran Home is a member of the Arlington Heights Safe Community Coalition. By its round-the-clock activities and security patrols, the Lutheran Home contributes to maintaining its neighborhood as among the safest in Arlington Heights. By the way, one other criteria of the International Safe Community is long-term sustainable programs for all genders, ages, environments, and situations. The Lutheran Home contributes directly to long-term sustainable programs for all genders, ages, environments, and situations. Its mission statement of empowering vibrant, grace-filled living across all generations is emblematic of the Lutheran Home's existence. Thank you for listening.
You must have practiced right on the 3 minutes. Okay, Joe, and on deck is Rick Steffens.
Good evening. Thanks for having me today. My name is Joe Stanhope. I am the president of the Sherwood Improvement Association. I've lived in the village for my whole life, been a homeowner here since 1997. So let me be clear. I don't have any issues with the Lutheran Home in principle, their mission, their desire to modernize and provide gate services. Oh, is this not on? Sorry, everyone.
No. Okay.
It's exciting stuff, I know. There's no issue with any of this in principle, but let's also be clear, this is an institution that sits right smack in the middle of a residential area, and I strongly believe that that's a context that we have to consider when we're thinking on a project of this nature. I have a number of Sherwood residents that I represent, as well as the nearly 150 people who did the petitions that are in your packets tonight that continue to have very strong concerns around this project. You know what, I'd also like to say that throughout the duration of this project, the Lutheran Home staff, village staff, and the commissions have been really great to work with. I do feel like we've made a lot of progress in coming together on a lot of these issues, and we were talking about the parking lot. We've made a lot of progress there, but I think there's still a way to go and really get down to this. There's still some concerns about parking and traffic flows. You're going to have a lot more people parking on the interior of this facility. How are they going to get in and out at the shift change? We've talked about some solutions here. I don't think it's been officially resolved. I think there's still more considerations there. Because of the larger buildings, you're going to have parking lots and buildings that are closer to residents' homes than they've ever been before. Okay, and I would like to ask why we're not considering something more innovative in terms of, say, underground parking, in terms of building on a different place on the lot. Why aren't those things possible? And then I think it's worth mentioning that we're looking down the barrel of a 4-year construction project here, which is a lot to ask of especially the residents that live around here. And I mean, at what point is a project too big to be in a residential community? And what is the village going to do in terms of safety and security, making sure that this project is going to be safe and secure, especially for all the children that go by this place every single day to play and to go to school? So I think there's a great solution in here somewhere. I would just like to take the time for us all to get there. It doesn't hurt the village to take some of the risk off and take a few extra months to really figure out what is the right thing for everybody involved in this. It doesn't hurt the village at all to push back on that. And I would like to take the time to get there. I think it behooves us to do that now as opposed to working towards an arbitrary delivery date. I'd like to thank you for your time. I know you're going to make a great decision and have a great evening. Thank you.
Thank you, Joe. Rick, you're up, and Anna Sebastian on deck.
Rick Steffens, Steffens, 57 Grange, Elk Grove Village, Illinois. I'm here to read a letter from Susie Molenkamp, who also lives in Elk Grove Village. She couldn't be here today. My mom was a short-term resident at the Lutheran Home twice over the last few years. Her stays totaled about 12 weeks in all. Mom was in need of care that could not be delivered at home over the past 5 years and has spent time at several skilled communities. Lutheran Home was the only place she stayed on 2 different occasions due to the exceptional care she received after her first visit at the Lutheran Home. She also had a 24-hour caregiver at home for the past 2 years provided through the community services at Lutheran Home. As I mentioned, she has been there at 3 other rehab facilities prior to the Lutheran Home, and none compare. One thing that made her stay at Lutheran Home stand out compared to the other facilities was the quickness of staff to respond when she used her call button. The nurse-to-patient ratio is outstanding. She also had a private room which included her own bathroom. This was such a comfort to her. as she is aging, she has different needs, and having a private bathroom lessened some of her fears and having to hurry in case a roommate needed the bathroom at the same time. This occurred in another facility where she stayed, and she would not want to do that again. Lutheran Home is farther away from my dad's house than the other 3 facilities she stayed at, and they chose to go out of their way due to this kind of care and environment. She could keep her own personal care items privately in her own bathroom, and if she had an emergency to get to the bathroom, she didn't have to worry that someone else was using it. I think every person going through rehabilitation deserves such comforts. A private bathroom reduced by my mom's stress tremendously. There is a peace of mind from this that helps in the healing process. A few other items that my parents appreciated was the convenience of having an x-ray machine that could be rolled into the patient's room instead of having to travel to another facility. My mom's nurse suspected she might have pneumonia and quickly got a consent from my dad to do an x-ray. Within no time at all, the x-ray was done in the comfort of her own room. Results proved the nurse was correct, and they quickly got her on antibiotics. Another convenience was my mom could be weighed in the comfort of her own wheelchair. She did not have to get out of the wheelchair to stand and be weighed. Again, that alleviated stress on my mom. My dad spent many hours visiting my mom at Lutheran Home. He appreciated the flexibility of very open visitation hours. He also ate many meals at the deli store located at the Lutheran Home. He often commented on how the amount of food he got at such a good price, and the food was very tasty as well. Our family supports the idea of expanding the wonderful care facilities offered at the Lutheran Home. Every person having to go through the rehabilitation deserves such excellent personal and private care, including the dignity of a private bathroom. Just because I have 30 seconds left, I visited Mrs. Cashel a number of times when I was there, and she was always smiling and very happy every time I went in there. And it was when she talked to me, she would tell me how much she enjoyed staying there and everything like that. So I can concur with this. And since Susie wrote this, I'll give a copy. Okay?
That'd be great.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Rick. Anna, if you'd please come forward, and on deck is Ed Damon.
Hi, my name is Anna Sebastian. That's Sebastian. I live at 4973 Essington Court in Hoffman Estates, and I'm here this evening to read a letter from my mom, Louise, who couldn't be here. She says, I was a patient of the Lutheran Home after knee replacement surgery in April of 2011, and I have just learned about the Lutheran Home's plans for modernizing the rooms so that all of the rooms have a private bathroom. In March 2011, I visited rooms located on the second floor that have connecting bathrooms between them, with only 12 rooms available for knee and hip replacement patients on the first floor. There was no guarantee that I would get one of those rooms. So I was shown the rooms on the second floor that were used when the first floor rooms were occupied. I arrived at the Lutheran Home on April 11th after knee surgery on April 8th. A member of the staff brought a wheelchair to our car, and I was wheeled to my room on the first floor. I cannot tell you what a blessing that comfortable room was, and how much I appreciated it. I know I was fortunate to get a room on the first floor with a private bathroom, so I did not have to worry about rushing because someone else was waiting. I thought about the rooms upstairs. I would have needed to knock on the bathroom door before opening it, just in case the person in the adjoining room was in there. By having a private room, I did not need to worry about waking anyone in the middle of the night by putting on the light and using the bathroom. I could not have asked for better care than I was given by each and every staff member. After a 12-day stay, I was physically and mentally ready to go home. And 1 week later, with the approval of my doctor, I packed my walker and my cane. I know this was the result of the great therapy that I received at the Lutheran Home. I strongly agree with the modernization plan proposed. It would be a wonderful improvement enjoyed by many future residents, and it would further enhance the feeling of being home for each person staying there. Sincerely, Louise Sebastian. Thank you.
Thank you, Anna. Ed, you're up, and on deck is Sandy Margison.
Good evening. My name's Ed Damon. I reside at 1847 Wilson Place in Arlington Heights. I'm here this evening to read a letter from Kathy Hahn, the former village trustee, who was unable to attend this evening and asked me to read a letter that she composed. To Mayor Mulder and the village trustees of Arlington Heights, for generations, the Lutheran Home has provided quality care for our elderly population and has been an outstanding long-term care facility, as well as a variety of senior housing options for our residents of Arlington Heights and many surrounding communities. The Lutheran Home is a professional and compassionate place for seniors to live and thrive, and where families can be assured that their loved ones are safe and happy for the rest of their lives. My family knows firsthand of the need for Lutheran Home and its fine services. In the early 1970s, my husband's grandmother resided at Olson Center after a fall that resulted in a broken hip. After surgery, she was wheelchair-bound and in need of long-term care. We knew we needed a place to we needed to find a place, that was the right for her abilities and disabilities. The Lutheran Home was exactly what she needed. It was where she received outstanding medical, social, and spiritual care until her death in 1985. It is a place where my two daughters, now grown with families of their own, learned to respect and hold dear what it means to be an older adult in a long-term care home. Subsequently, in the years that followed, we were fortunate to place my grandmother in the Lutheran Home's hospice care, one of the first nursing homes in Illinois to provide this end-of-life program for elderly terminal patients. As my grandmother succumbed to lung cancer, I saw what a great value there was in having a place where compassionate and caring staff tended to the needs of the patient and family. In addition, my mother has recovered from many surgeries in the Lutheran Home's Medicare and Rehabilitation section. Now, the Lutheran Home wishes to continue the same high standards of care at the Olson Center by improving on what they have done for over a century. I encourage all of you on the village board to have vision for the future of the elderly in this community and to go forward with courage to weigh the facts and merits of the issues before you tonight. The Lutheran Home has proven itself to be a jewel in the crown of long-term assisted and memory loss care for our senior citizens, and I'm proud to give the Lutheran Home my support. Kathy Hahn.
Thank you very much, Ed. Sandy, you're up, and on deck is Sarah Kurth.
My name is Sandy Margeson, Margeson. I reside at 622 East Maud in Arlington Heights. Good evening, Village Board. My name is Sandy Margeson, and I have been a resident of Arlington Heights for the past 46 years. My mom is currently a resident of the Lutheran Home, and I am here today to ask you, the Village Board, to approve the Lutheran Home's requested zoning changes so that it can proceed to modernize its skilled nursing facility. My mom is already receiving great care at the Lutheran Home in a home-like environment. However, there may be a day when she may need to move into the Olson Pavilion to receive additional care. My mom has received rehabilitation therapy after a hospitalization on a short-term basis in the Olson Center, and unfortunately the shared bathroom and shower area was a great discomfort and issue for her, as has been discussed in the past. Their lack of privacy and additional care. This modernization project is incredibly important to me and my mom because if she ever does need to transition to the skilled nursing facility, I would like to know that she will have the same home-like environment that she now enjoys, including a private bathroom for any future needs. Thank you.
Thank you, Sarah. Bonnie Damon? And on deck is John McDermott. And before, Bonnie, you start, for those who may need the restroom, it's down the hall. So just thought I'd, since we're hearing a lot about our restroom facilities, so just thought I'd make sure everybody's aware of it. So don't hesitate to get up when you need to. Okay, Bonnie.
That was Sandy. I'm Sarah Kurth.
That's right. Sarah, I was going to say, I know that piece. Okay.
Kurth, and I reside at 290 Foxford Drive in Cary. And I am here today in support of the Lutheran Homes Modernization Project. My mother-in-law lived in the Olson Pavilion. She received great care and loved living there, but she did not like the shared bathroom and having to walk down the hallway to the shower room. I'm excited about the modernization project because I know it will be a great thing for the community. The Lutheran Home already provides the full range of services to residents of the community, but to make these services available in a modernized facility will make the overall experience even better for the people of Arlington Heights. I also have a letter from my friend Graham Nelson, who was unable to be here, and he writes, "To whom it may concern, my name is Graham Nelson, and I am a resident of Palatine.
I am writing to express my support of the Lutheran Homes Modernization Project. I have been a resident of Palatine for 7 years. During that time, I have had neighbors, family, and friends all receive services at the Lutheran Home. The care that they received was top quality, and the personnel there are wonderful. I am in support of the project because I know how important the Lutheran Homes facilities are to the overall resident experience. I want any of my neighbors, family, and friends who become residents in the future to have the best and most comfortable experience possible, and I know that this can be accomplished with the modernized facilities. Thank you, Graham Nelson.
Thank you, Sarah. Now we get Bonnie. Bonnie Damon, and on deck is John McDermott. Sorry, John.
My name is Bonnie Damon. I reside at 1847 Wilson Place in Arlington Heights. I have been a resident of Arlington Heights for the last 36 years, prior to that growing up on the northwest side of Chicago. I am here too also to support give my support for the renovation expansion of the Lutheran Home facility. Growing up in the Chicagoland area, there has never been a time that I have not had someone in my family be a resident of Lutheran Home. Even at this time, I still have a 90-year-old uncle who is at 90, leading an active life, never in his room, you have to call first, at the Lutheran Home, providing his family with the peace and security that it offers. The Lutheran Home has always provided quality, dignified, and supported services for my loved ones over the years. As time goes on, just as a human being needs assistance, buildings also begin to fail and need upgrading not only to the superstructure, the need to continue to provide technology advancements, and also providing new therapy and care-based areas designed to accommodate the needs of today's longer living and more complex generations. I am aware of the experience that the parking situation has happened, and I applaud the changes that Lutheran Home wants to make to ease this. I happen to be a member of St. Peter, and I work at St. Peter, and I'm very happy that all this is really working out very well. As I get older, these changes are what I would be looking for in a skilled care facility if I should need those services in the future. I would be very happy and if the trustees to see the importance of this expansion over the concerns of a few for the good of the whole. Thank you.
Thank you, Bonnie. Now it's your turn, John. Thank you for your patience. And on deck, Audrey Beauvais.
My name is John McDermott, 1280 Village Drive, Arlington Heights. Good evening. I'm a resident of Luther Village. I've been there 10 years. My wife is a resident of the Lutheran Home for 10 years. And I'm here to support the proposal of the Lutheran Home, and I urge you to pass the approval of it. It's a state of the art, as you all have seen tonight, and I think it'll make me very happy because I think I'll end up there. And I know a lot of my friends in the village will end up there, and also the citizens of Arlington Heights. Thank you for your time. And one more thing, you guys look much better in person than you do on Channel 17. Thank you.
That's very encouraging. Thank you very much. Wow. Put a star by his name. Okay. Thank you, and welcome, Audrey.
Good evening. My name is Audrey Beauvais. That's Beauvais. I'm a resident of Luther Village. I live at 1205 Village Drive, adjacent to the proposed parking lot. Over 50 years ago, when my late husband and I chose to raise our family here, the village proudly called itself the City of Good Neighbors, and it still does. Since good neighbors help make a good community even better, Jerry and I took leadership roles in over 17 groups which positively impacted our community. Will your decision tonight keep Arlington Heights the City of Good Neighbors? While the design seems attractive, there are many negative points as well. The reduced green space, the building density on the site, and the construction noise would negatively affect all neighbors, including the current residents of Lutheran Home. And I recuperated for 6 weeks at Lutheran Home some time back after a joint surgery. Frankly, I wouldn't have liked the noise then. I don't think people will like it now. Instead, I would encourage Lutheran Home to continue its mission, but to expand in a more appropriate business-like setting. At the very least, if the expansion is approved as petitioned, require the installation of a sprinkler system to maintain the landscaping of the perimeter of the parking lot. I would also like a specific limit to be placed on, quote, special events, which would use parking spaces at Luther Village. Vague terms such as special events are not neighborly. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you, Audrey. Lorraine Duddles, and welcome, Lorraine. And on deck is Dottie Kraus.
My name is Lorraine Duddles, D as in David, U-D-D-L-E-S. I live at 818 East Olive Street. And 40 years ago this month, I moved to Arlington Heights. And during that time, I have had many neighbors use the Lutheran Home facilities. I have had family members there anywhere from 6 weeks to 6 years. And I have many acquaintances through my PTA work and Girl Scout works, the parents who were aging that were at the Lutheran Home. And everyone that I have spoken to has appreciated the treatment and the respect and services that they receive from the Lutheran Home. And I would just encourage you to vote in support of the Lutheran Home proposal tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Lorraine. Dottie Kraus, and on deck, Margie Sorinsky.
My name is Dottie Krause, and I live at 1201 Village.
Back up just a little bit there, okay.
1201 Village Drive. I live next door to Audrey Bouvet. My question is, I didn't hear it mentioned tonight, but how many feet from the back of my villa will they put this parking lot? I heard 437 spaces. Is that accurate as to what the proposal is in this green area?
It's total for the whole project, not the
well,
parking
I'd
lot
like
by
to
your-
know how many feet away from the back end of our villas they propose to put in this parking spaces, and also how many parking spaces are they trying to propose for that green area. Also, I'd like to know their way of entry into the parking spaces. Would it be Oakton, Village Drive, Ridge, or however? So I'd like to get a handle on some of my questions, if I may. I thank you for my time and effort here.
Okay, Dottie, before we go to Margie, can we answer those questions? Charles, I don't know if we have a picture up there.
I'll ask Matt Dabrowski to answer the questions on the number of spaces in that east parking lot and the distance from that parking lot to the southernmost villa, and then he can explain the entrances as well.
I believe both Dottie and Audrey Beauvais testified at a plan commission as well, and I remember their concerns that they both had about, and I have looked at the diagrams, and I know that there's some landscaping there that we saw, but it's always, and I think one of the comments was they have to be maintained. You know, putting them in is one thing, but to keep them alive and green and full and blocking the view of the cars is another thing. So I read my minutes. Okay. All right. Go ahead, Matt.
Thank you. In that area on the east side of the campus, they're looking to have 114 parking spaces. The nearest parking space to the Luther Village dwelling unit is approximately 59 feet. There will be two driveways to that new parking lot that will be located off of Village Drive.
Okay.
In terms of, in terms of screening, they are providing the required screening around the perimeter of the parking lot. And as with any code requirement or PUD standard, the property owner is required to maintain the vegetation through code enforcement.
There were evergreen trees, I believe, also.
There's a mix of evergreens, shade trees, perennials, shrubs, to create some visual interest as well as year-round opacity.
Okay, thank you.
I believe it's going to be 59 feet then away from the end of our parcels.
The parking lot is at an angle to the homes, and at its closest point, which would be at the northwest corner of the parking lot, you're looking at roughly about 59 feet, and then the parking lot tapers to the northeast.
All right.
Is there going to be a sprinkler system?
I'll defer that to the petitioner.
Because that must be.
Saying yes. They're saying yes.
Okay. If
The petitioner has indicated yes.
indicated yes with a shaking of the head. All right. So we've answered those two questions. Good. Now Margie. She's ready, and on deck will be Laurel Moffett or Merritt.
Good evening. My name is Margie Swarzinski, Z as in zebra, WIERZYNSKI. I live at 7615 Serenity Lane in Crystal Lake. And I am speaking in support of the Lutheran Homes Modernization Project. Growing up down the street from the Lutheran Home played a significant role in my life. The Lutheran Home was my neighbor who was always available for me during stressful and difficult times. Because the Lutheran Home's warm and caring environment, the decision to move my grandmother there for long-term care was evident. My grandmother was living alone at the age of 94 with late stages of dementia. We moved her to the Lutheran Home memory support units. The care she received was outstanding and tremendously improved her quality of life. For my grandmother, the Lutheran Home was tremendously improved her quality of life. For my grandmother, the Lutheran Home was more than just a place to live. It was her home. It was her family. When she passed away last January at the age of 100, I knew that she received the best care, and because of this, the Lutheran Home will always have a special place in my heart. Every elderly person deserves to receive the same exceptional care as my grandmother. It is essential that the Lutheran Homes modernize this facility in order for this to happen. Visitors and pursuing clients may be turned off by the outdated amenities, and in these instances, their loved ones will, unfortunately, lose this opportunity to be cared for and loved by the Lutheran Home the way my grandmother was. Please support the Lutheran Homes Modernization Project, as it will invite more people in, and they too can receive the best possible care. Thank you.
Thank you, Margie. Laurel Moffett, and on deck is the Reverend Robert Hess. Spell that last name, so I make sure I get it.
My name is Laurel Moffett, Moffett, and I live at 325 Thistle Lane in Lake Zurich. I have had several friends either take part in rehab or reside in long-term care at the Lutheran Home, and I am in total support of the project and what Lutheran Life Communities plans for the improvement of services for seniors in our community. One coworker was fortunate to stay twice in the new orthopedic area of the Lutheran Home. She raved about the therapy and treatment she received. Her physician was highly complimentary of the staff, therapy, and care provided to her. Another friend still resides in the nursing home, and she and her family are very positive about the treatment she received. She has participated in the Medicare rehab unit, outpatient therapy, and now long-term care. Once again, I would like to endorse the modernization project by Lutheran Life Communities. Thank you.
Thank you, Laurel. Reverend Robert Hess, those P words really get bounced on that, so just make sure you got like 3 inches or 4 inches away from the mic.
No, I preceded my wife to the Lutheran Home by about a year, but I was able to move her there about 6 years ago, and I was able to receive with her the encouragement of the home, and I was able to provide for her needs. And that's one of the things I want to emphasize about the Lutheran home. It's not just the physical care and the love they receive, but it's the spiritual help they also need as we prepare them to enter into a new life. We have a wonderful chapel, wonderful chaplain, and we provide wonderful spiritual care to all the residents. And I really have a great spot in my heart for the Lutheran home for the fact that they were able to provide the care that I could no longer give her, and to also be able to assist her in her dying days by providing with the chaplain the care that she needed spiritually. So I am a big fan of the Lutheran home.
Thank you, Reverend, and sorry about your loss of your loved one. Amy Oct, IACCH, and on deck, Jim Schaudes, SKOUD or an F, ES. It's on deck. Amy?
Thank you. Hi. My name is Amy Yock, IACCH, and I live at 581 Forest Way Drive, Buffalo Grove. I come before you tonight in support of the modernization of Lutheran Home. My professional life as a nurse intersected with my personal life when my mother was in need of rehabilitation following surgery. Knowing that the Lutheran Home had private rooms within a warm, home-like environment created the positive milieu which was necessary for my mother's recuperation. My mother had some challenges to overcome in order to be able to return home, and the personalized care from the staff truly made the difference. In her words, they saved my life. Premier nursing services delivered in a setting which promotes dignity, privacy, and respect is the necessary equation for well-being and recuperation. The addition of private showers and bathrooms is an important component in providing dignified care. In conclusion, I urge you to support the project at the Lutheran Home. Thank you.
Thank you. And Jim? You better spell your name, because I'm...
Well, Mayor, don't feel bad, because a lot of people have a hard time pronouncing that. Name is Jim Skofus. It's S-K-O-U, F as in Frank, E-S. I'm here tonight. One of my employees who was unable to attend asked me to read this letter for him, Ed Jacks. Dear village officials, my name is Ed Jacks. My wife Mary and I reside at 1811 North Casper Avenue, where we have been raising our 4 children since 1987. I have been employed by the Lutheran Home for 20 years now. My primary responsibilities there are to maintain the heating, cooling systems on our campus. My personal calling and passion has always been to care for our elderly population and keep them as comfortable as possible in their advanced age. I am requesting that the Village Board approve the Lutheran Home's plans for expansion tonight, as it will ensure that we can continue to provide a safe and comfortable environment for all the wonderful seniors and families we serve. I thank you for your time. God bless and have a good evening. Ed Jacks, HVAC engineer. Thank you.
Thank you. Karen Dorn, you're up next, and on deck is Daniel DeMarco.
Hi.
And Karen, you're the neatest printer I've seen so far.
I had to teach it for a lot of years. My name's Karen Dorn, D-O-R-N. We live at 1004 West Oakton. We are directly across from the Lutheran Home, the house that's directly west. And I probably don't need to tell you we are not happy. All the letters that are read, I don't think the issue is whether the Lutheran Home is a good institution. It's a good institution. It does wonderful work with people. We've had 3 friends that have been in rehab in the last year and a half there, and they were so happy with the care they received. The issue is this is in a residential community. And of course, we aren't happy that we're going to look out of our bedroom window now and see a 4-story building. If we wanted to see a 4-story building, we would have bought a house close to downtown Arlington. This is a community of residential houses. And I'm very sad that 20 years ago they didn't think to sell less land to Luther Village. So in the future they could have expanded back. It's too late to undo that, but I'm sad that didn't happen then. We have two issues. My husband's been in Arlington Heights for more than 40 years. I've been here for 32 years. Our two issues, number one, is when you look at this map, the density on the land that's either building or blacktop. There will be hardly any green space at all when they are finished with this expansion. If you can imagine, and I invite all of you to go drive around the perimeter of the Lutheran home tomorrow, or before you vote, and look at how much blacktop and building there is. Imagine the detention pond filled in with a building, and imagine the green space to the east, almost entirely parking lot. That's what it will be. Our second concern is with water. We have been lucky. We have, in the over 30 years that we've lived in our house, we have never flooded. And I know with all the flooding last summer, it was a real issue for Arlington Heights. And I know it's an issue of infrastructure. The only time we ever flooded was on Christmas Eve one year in the mid-'80s when sewer water started backing up in our basement. The village was there right away. We were so impressed on Christmas Eve. Someone had dumped a tire wrapped in chains into the sewer system, and it got stuck there. And so we know if it's overburdened at any place, it does come into our house. So, of course, we're afraid of that. I had asked to see the underground system that the Lutheran Home is planning to put in, and they sent us a wonderful packet that was really good. We were glad to see what they're planning with that. But still, it's all building. So we think at the very least, that parking lot should be permeable. It's green. The EPA recommends that for building. I was not able to go to the Planning Commission meeting, and I only was able to go to their last meeting, and I was told that would be too expensive, but I don't think that should be an issue. A permeable parking lot there will allow natural drainage through it into the ground, and it will not have water feeding into the sewer systems. We don't know what kind of storms will come in the future, and we know that we shouldn't be testing our infrastructure any more than we need to. It seems that their underground things deal with the west, but not with the east.
Our 3 minutes are up, but I think you made a point, and I'm hoping that maybe people are making note of that request.
I do have from the EPA Green Parking Lot Resource Guide the chapter on reduced infrastructure burden that green parking lots create for municipalities. So I have a copy for each of you if you'd like to have that.
Okay, good. Just come on up and pass them out, or just give them to the clerk. She'll get them to us. Great.
Mayor Mulder.
Thank you. Daniel DeMarco's up on deck in just a moment. Trustee Sidor.
Yes, I was just wondering if we could put up a different slide so that people can see we're talking about the proposed, parking lots and everything like that. We're looking at an old or a current picture of the current site. It would help, I think, my personal opinion. Maybe this one, Charles, I don't know. You got this?
The petition has one in their presentation. I'm just looking for it. Trustee Sidor.
Thank you. Because that will show the entrances to Lot E and the other issues that some of the residents had. There we go.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Daniel, you're up, and on deck is Phil Himmer.
Thank you, trustees. We've heard a great deal about parking, but that does not provide an accurate breadth to the situation. An issue that has not been adequately addressed is that of the economics of this plan and how it will ultimately affect or not affect Arlington Heights. The Lutheran Home is a tax-exempt entity. Regardless of how much this facility takes in, regardless of how large it becomes, that status will not change. So who really stands to gain from their cause and how? Clearly it is not the residents of Kennecott, Thomas, Ridge, Oakton, and perhaps not even the rest of the community. There will probably be no additional hiring because there's been no guarantee of additional occupancy. This is a business decision designed to create profit, as any good business decision is. However, if the Lutheran Home and its supporters are going to state that they have a place within this community, then it must be clear as to exactly how the community will benefit tangibly from this expansion. There's been information provided on tax assessment and how no information has been found to show that property values might fall. However, none of those studies that were presented adequately represent this particular paradigm. To compare the Lutheran home to a school or a church, as has been done previously, is disingenuous. Let us instead look to facilities in the healthcare industry, as large as this one, that have been placed in the middle of an otherwise entirely suburban residential community. In addition, there is a silence here that speaks volumes. No resident of Arlington Heights, without an affiliation to the Lutheran home, has spoken favorably of this expansion. We've heard a great deal about the tremendous care that is offered, and nobody disputes that. But what we are not hearing is non-affiliated residents of this community saying they stand up for this expansion. The only support we have heard is anecdote after anecdote about how an out-of-town relative has received or is receiving the best care in the world. And of course we want that to continue, but at what cost? Nobody has come forth to say how this will help the community at large, and the community is judged by how it helps everyone. An ideal relationship is symbiotic. It allows all parties to thrive. But this is a relationship in which one party wants the support of the other, but is not willing to offer adequate support in return. Thank you so much for your time and your consideration. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Daniel. Phil Hemmer, and on deck, Ray Schrantz.
Good evening, Village Board. My name is Phil Hemmer. I live at 1401 Lexington Drive in Arlington Heights, and I'm also the administrator of the Lutheran Home. I'd just like to make a few comments that the staff at the Lutheran Home are extremely excited about our proposed modernization project and the opportunity we have to improve our facilities for our current and future patients and residents. While it's difficult to please everyone when making changes like this, there's no doubt our proposed modernization project will be a tremendous benefit to thousands of patients and residents in Arlington Heights and the surrounding suburbs every year for decades to come. Not only are private bathrooms a dignity and privacy issue, it will also significantly improve infection control within the Lutheran home, and the ability of residents to individually control their heating and air conditioning will significantly improve their comfort. This proposed project took years of planning and hard work. This project is critical to the future success of the Lutheran home, and we can't underscore that enough. It's critical for us to be able to meet the demands and needs of our current and future generations and to sustain our competitiveness and future viability. I respectfully urge you to approve this project. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hemmer. Ray Schrantz, and thank you for being really on deck. You must have been a baseball player. No, he's ready. On deck now is Connie Kaufman.
My name is Ray Schranz, S-C-H-R-A-N-Z, and I am a resident of Luther Village, which is a retirement community located on the same campus as the Lutheran home. I am here today in support of the project. One of the many benefits of living at Luther Village is its close proximity to the Lutheran home. I know that if I'm ever in need of care at a nursing facility, that I can receive quality care in my own backyard. I know how difficult the transition from independent living to living in a skilled care facility can be. I am very excited about this project because the new home-like atmosphere that will be created at the Lutheran Home's skilled nursing facility by the reorganized floor plan and installation of the private bathrooms. These changes will truly ease the transition for people like myself from independent living to skilled care. In addition, I am excited about the increased amount of parking that this project will provide. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Schrantz. And Connie Kaufman, and on deck is Marilyn Herman.
Mayor, trustees, Connie Kaufman, K-A-U-F as in Frank, M-A-N, 304 Elm Street, Prospect Heights. My mom recently rehabbed at the Lutheran home following a fall and a hip fracture. The care and therapy that she received was excellent. Our family feels fortunate to have had her near us and to have her receive top quality care. Now, she was able to be in our first floor area with the private bathrooms. For the Lutheran home to continue to be a leader in this community, they must continue to upgrade the physical plant to provide the same excellence so many have come to expect. I urge you to vote yes for the Lutheran home proposal. Thank you.
Thank you, Connie. Marilyn Herman, and on deck, Jeannie Gain.
My name is Marilyn Herman, Hermann. I reside at 908 North Chestnut in Arlington Heights, Illinois. I have lived in Arlington Heights, the city of good neighbors, all my life, and I probably don't want to say quite how many years that is. And I live in the neighborhood of the Lutheran Home, and yes, I am an active volunteer at the Lutheran Home because it is a very special place. The Lutheran Home has served several of my family members, many friends through the years. What a blessing and a good neighbor it has been, beautifully maintained and cared for. They entered the neighborhood in 1922, many years before the rest of us did. So if we choose to live near a church, a school, a business, we make the decision knowing what that might mean. The parking issue has been addressed. We heard, don't park on the street, don't build a parking lot. Isn't that a conundrum? They're now working hard on the problem. I recently heard that they were even considering for the residents, many of whom had lived there for years, that they were thinking about telling them that they couldn't hold their funeral in St. John Chapel because that would bring a few extra cars in during the middle of the day. How sad is that? My mother, who was a lifelong member of a local church but lived and worshiped at the Lutheran Home the last 8 years of her life, felt that had become her church, and she wanted her funeral there. Luckily, that could happen for us. As for the updating and expansion, I wonder sometimes, are you really hearing what is being planned? They've stressed it tonight. They're not adding to the resident or employee count. In fact, the resident count will be slightly less. No extra traffic. And why would we, as good neighbors, not want the best facility that can be offered? There's a good chance that many of us, including myself, will have a need to be served by this type of facility. Wouldn't you want the best? I would ask that you give a favorable vote and approve the Lutheran Home request to serve this fine city of Arlington Heights. Thank you.
Thank you, Marilyn. Jeannie Gain. And on deck is Mike Bueno.
My name is Jeannie Gain, Gain. I've lived in this community for 43 years. We used to ride around that mile, and it was all cornfields. So I am that one person that doesn't have a relative, doesn't have anything there. I went there myself for rehab, for knee transplant. I plan to go there again, so I endorse the Lutheran Home Project.
Thank you, Jeannie. Keep riding that bicycle. Mike is up and Kate Becker is on deck.
Good evening. My name is Mike Bono, B-U-O-N-O. I'm here today in extreme support of the Lutheran Home's requested zoning actions. You know, my children's great-grandmother lives at the Lutheran Home. The care that she receives is top quality, and the personnel there are wonderful. I am in support of the project because I know how important the Lutheran Home's facilities are to the overall resident experience. My family is looking forward to being able to visit with great-grandma in the new dining room and lounge areas. The current facilities are crowded. They need upgrades. And I know that our entire family will feel much more at home in the expanded common areas. You know, this isn't just about great-grandma. We all know one day she too will pass. This is about sustainability for the home and for a place for my mother, my father, my wife's mother and father, who all look to live at the Lutheran Home in the near future. Thank you.
Thank you, Mike. Kate Becker, and on deck, Brenda Borchers.
Hi, my name is Kate Becker, Beckerer. I live at 844 South Dunton in Arlington Heights. I am a lifelong resident of Arlington Heights. My grandmother was a resident at the Lutheran Home, and the care that she received there was outstanding. I'm here today to show my support for this project so that we can continue to provide quality care for the residents at the Lutheran Home. Thank you.
Thank you, Kate. You get the Brevity Award. Brenda is up on Frederick Stephan on deck.
Good evening. My name is Brenda Borchers, Borchers. I'm a resident of Arlington Heights, and I live at 1103 North Ridge. I live directly across the street from where the proposed parking lot is going, and I support the Lutheran Home Project, and I urge you, the Village Board, to approve it. This project will dramatically improve the parking situation on our neighborhood streets. The Lutheran Home will be greatly increasing the on-site parking and is taking many proactive steps to work with visitors and other people coming to the Lutheran Home to get them to park in the parking lots. I'm also very impressed with the landscaping that they have in place at the Lutheran Home, to the point that I've taken my new hobby of photography and I love to go over there and take pictures of the beautiful landscaping that they do. I think the Lutheran Home has done an excellent job in the plans of getting the cars off the streets and putting them in what will be an attractively landscaped parking place. I'm also very excited that this will create a world-class facility to take care of residents of Arlington Heights who need rehabilitation or long-term care. Thank you.
Thank you, Brenda. Frederick, and on deck, Jean Lorenz.
My name is Frederick Stephan, Steffen. My wife and I live at 1011 West Maud Avenue, which is just across from Patton School. I wanted to address the idea tonight of seeing the Lutheran Home not as just being located in Arlington Heights, but a part of Arlington Heights. I love having my family around me, and we have been involved in the Lutheran Home over the years. My grandchildren can walk from where they live to Patton School. My mother-in-law was a resident at the Lutheran Home. She, unfortunately, after living wonderful years at Luther Village, developed Alzheimer's and received quality, skilled, dementia-trained care there. My grandson, Jake, was at Shepherd's Flock for 3 years, not only received excellent care, but the basics of Christian training, which means so much to us. He now goes to Dryden School and is a happy first grader. My point is that through this and through the volunteer work that my daughters did there, the Lutheran Home has shaped our family. I have had neighbors who have either received short-term rehab or long-term care there. Their families are so appreciative. I know that I've had friends, my wife has had friends that have received short-term rehab care there. As I look ahead and realize that I'm now into my 60s, the friends that I have in the neighborhood, the neighbors that we get to know, we will all be looking for the kind of care that has been provided. I would urge you to support this project so when it comes our term, we too will receive the same quality of care. Thank you.
Thank you, Frederick. Jean Lorenz, and on deck, Martha Mazurak, maybe. Jean?
My name is Jean Lorenz, Lorenz, and I live at 194 Sycamore Drive in Hawthorne Woods. I am speaking in support of the Lutheran Homes Modernization Project. My father, my grandmother, and my aunt were all residents of the Lutheran Home. Growing up in the neighborhood, I knew the mission of the Lutheran Home, which is why going to any other place was not an option for my family members. I am also a dedicated employee, and I have worked at the Lutheran Home for the past 38 years. I proudly support everything which the Lutheran Home stands. I decided for my family members to come here because the Lutheran Home meets the needs of all residents and their families. The Lutheran Home is about creating a loving home for our residents and not just running a business. After being in a hospital for over 5 months, my 77-year-old father was discharged to the Lutheran Home. In 2 months, he was walking and driving again. This was only possible because of the phenomenal care that he received here. In order for more success stories like this, it is imperative that the Lutheran Home modernize their facility. The modernization of the Lutheran Home means more privacy for all our residents. Privacy is a huge expectation for future generations, with HIPAA playing a crucial factor in our healthcare system. We need to be updated regarding the protection of residents' privacy. My father came from the hospital with MRSA. To share a bathroom with another resident would have been compromised would have compromised that person's immune system. The resident who was assigned to share the bathroom with my father had to use a portable commode in their room for infection control. By modernizing the Lutheran Home, we no longer have that worry of spreading infectious through community bathrooms. I do not want to speak for you, but I would imagine that if any one of you or your loved ones needed services of a rehab facility or a nursing home, you would desire a private room with a private bathroom, which supports the strong need for us to modernize our facility. Thank you.
Thank you, Jean. Martha? And you'll spell that and say it right, I'm sure. On deck is Tracy Klauser.
Hi, my name is Martha Majorzak, M-A-J-E-R, C as in cat, Z as in zebra, A-K. I live at 1009 North Highland here in Arlington Heights. I'd like to address the board and speak personally on the support of the Lutheran Home Project. My mother was in the rehab section of the Medicare unit 2 years ago. And during the time that she was there, I should also add to this that before she arrived, she was in Springfield at a hospital, St. John's. They had a rehab unit. They refused to take her because they said that she would never be rehabable to go back home again. I brought her up here. She rehabbed very nicely at the Lutheran Home, went back to her home, was able to function with all aspects of driving, banking for 2 years, and it was such a wonderful thing to have happened. And also, she is now a resident, just recently, as a permanent in Hearthstone, and I'm in favor of the project. Thank you.
Thank you, Martha. Tracy Klauser. And on deck is Trina Crow. Did you have something to say, Roger?
Yes, Mayor, I was just wondering if, in the interest of time, from the standpoint of allowing you the option of a number of our supporters, obviously, to be able to, we want you to hear them, but at the same time, we want to be cognizant of the time that we've spent to make sure that, that we don't overwhelm the entire time, because we do want to have time for your questions also. So I'm not sure how you want to handle as far as the number of individuals still to come forward.
Let's keep moving through. I think people have, they have the chance and choice, they can pass, which I indicated earlier.
Okay, very good.
Okay.
Thanks.
All right, thank you. Tracy, you're up, and Trina Crow is on deck.
My name is Tracy Klauser, C-L-A-U-S-E-R, and I live at 5307 Amby Lane, that's in McHenry, Illinois. I grew up in Arlington Heights. I lived on Kennecott. I attended St. James. I also went to Arlington High School for the first year. My parents divorced, so then we moved to McHenry, Illinois. I have come back here numerous times to visit family and friends. I also have an uncle, Uncle Ronnie, who did come here to the Lutheran Home for rehab. In visiting him at the hospital, one of his concerns was having to share a room. He didn't want to have a roommate. In coming to the Lutheran Home with their private rooms, that alleviated that stress and certainly helped him provide that privacy and that dignity for him. In coming back to Arlington Heights, and also when I would come back to visit people, I saw the growth at the Lutheran Home. I saw the building and the construction of Luther Village. And to me, coming through here and seeing everything, It looks absolutely beautiful. It looks like it's part of the community. It does not look like it's a nursing home or just a big building stuck in the middle of a neighborhood. So I do support the modernization of the Lutheran home. Thank you.
Thank you, Tracy. And Trina Crow, and on deck, Gloria Bassani.
Hello. Hello. Trina Crow, C-R-O-W. I'm at 4912 Hickory Way in Johnsburg. I grew up on 1007 North Kennecott, essentially having Lutheran home in my backyard. I attended Fall Fest and enjoyed volunteering. I've had both an aunt and an uncle attend the rehab facilities at Lutheran Home, both receiving exceptional care. The Lutheran Home is in need of modernization, and I support them. Thank you.
Thank you for your brevity, Trina. All right, Gloria Bassani and Linda Podsinski.
Good
is
evening.
on
My
deck.
name is Gloria Bersani, Bersani. I reside at 1932 North Stanton Court in Arlington Heights. I too came prepared to share a story, a successful story, as many have, about a relative who resided at the Lutheran home. Our family, by choice, had many, many options, much closer to where the majority of us lived, but chose the Lutheran home because of its long history, its reputation, and the trust. And as we've all agreed tonight, the Lutheran home, I think, has provided wonderful experiences for so many families. So that's not what's in question here, but I think what we do need to appreciate is the value of change and what this project will bring to have the Lutheran home provide new opportunities, continued growth, and to provide the excellent care that we've been providing all of these years. I think it's important for these enhancements. It is going to be contained on the existing property. It will, as we've decided, offer more efficient parking for families, options for more advanced care, and give us the continued opportunity to be a welcoming neighbor to the folks in Arlington Heights. Thank you.
Thank you, Gloria. Linda Podsinski and Gail Power on deck.
I'm Linda Polinsky. The last name is Polinski, and I reside at 204 Kensington Drive in Streamwood. I'm here to support the Lutheran Home modernization project. My mother was a resident at the Lutheran Home several years ago, and she received the very best care there and was able to spend the last moments of her life being very well cared for, and our family was very secure that she was being cared for there. My father currently resides at Luther Village, and I know that we'll want him to have a private room with a private bath if he ever has to stay at the Lutheran home for his comfort as well as his health. Therefore, I support the remodeling of the Lutheran home. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your comments and your brevity. Karen Bickner, and on deck, we're moving through faster now, Dennis Vick.
I'm Gail Power at 1851 Grantham Place in Hoffman Estates. My mom has been a resident at the Lutheran home twice, and I support the project.
Thank you, Gail. Karen Bigger? See how we're doing this? Okay, Karen Bigger. And Dennis Vick is on deck.
Hi, I'm Karen Bickner, Bickner. I live at 184 Sycamore Drive in Hawthorne Woods. At the age of 94, my grandma's dementia had worsened to a severity where she could no longer live on her own. As much as my family wanted to take care of my grandmother without moving her out of her Palatine home, we knew she really needed full-time care and other resources we couldn't provide. Growing up down the street from the Lutheran home, the decision to admit my grandma as a full-time resident here was inevitable. The Lutheran home not only provided a home where she could live near my mother, sisters, and me, but it also offered a caring and friendly environment where her quality of life was never compromised. My grandma lived to be 100 years old. When she passed away last February, I was floored by the support and heartfelt sympathy from the members of the Lutheran home community who attended the memorial service here in the chapel. With this firsthand experience, I know that Lutheran home offers the best quality elder care, But if the Lutheran Home wants to continue to deliver the best for future patients and residents, the modernization changes are essential. Lutheran Home cannot afford to fall short in an industry that is continuously growing as technology offers more and more options to improve the quality of health care. By implementing the proposed modernization changes, not only will this facility and staff be able to work more efficiently and safely, they will ultimately transform their patients' and residents' experiences here at the Lutheran Home. Moving my grandma into a home was not an easy day for my family, but because the Lutheran Home maintains such high standards for the people they serve, we found comfort and satisfaction, and we saw how happy she was to be here. Therefore, I support the modernization changes and stand behind the efforts to improve this community so they can continue to be the best in elder care. Thank you.
Thank you, Karen. Dennis Vick, and on deck, Vicki Dobbs.
Hello, my name is Dennis Vick, and I live at 1147 Northridge Avenue, adjacent to the parking facility that is proposed. I have no affiliation with the Lutheran Home other than saying that I respect all the work that they do. I'm a Lutheran myself. I go to Faith Lutheran Church in Arlington Heights on the south side. And if you look at the picture that you have showing here, there's only supposed to be 30-foot easement off of the sidewalk that will be a parking area after that. And, you know, I've lived in Arlington Heights for 44 years. 36 years have been right on Ridge. I had a house built there. I've got neighbors that are here that are going to talk as well. But that site, there you have Luther Village, first of all, and Luther Village had put a setback there. If you drive down any of the streets going around the periphery of that, you see beautiful green belt, everything's there. What we're going to have a nuisance there. We're going to have a parking lot there that is going to contain, I think it is 9 pole lamps that are going to be 21 feet high. And the green belt there, there's going to be parking there, mostly parking, and very, very little green belt, maybe 1 row of greenish. And, I mean, the traffic, the pollution, the snow plowing, all of these things, the Lutheran Home says, well, they will only have people that work their second shift, and it'll close down at 10 o'clock. Well, that's what they're saying now. In effect, that will be used for other things because there's no other room for parking. And I suggest that the board really come out to our street and look at that project and see if you would like to live across from that. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Dennis. Vicki Dobbs is up, and on deck, Tammy DeMarco.
Good evening, Mayor and Trustees. My name is Vicki Dobbs, D-O-B-B-S. I reside at 2829 Normandy Circle in Naperville. As the Director of Healthcare Services at the Lutheran Home, I would like to read letters from Dr. Homa, who is our medical director, and his wife, who are not able to be here tonight. From Dr. Homa, I am writing this letter to give my support to the renovation project that has been planned for the Lutheran Home campus in our village. As a resident of Arlington Heights since 2000, I have come to understand the most important role the Lutheran Home serves within our village. It is a center of community activity and service that is built around the principles of service, shelter, and caring for our senior citizens. It creates and sustains jobs in our community. The Lutheran Home respects its neighbors and presents a well-manicured property that tastefully blends into the neighborhood it occupies. It is a good neighbor. More than that, is it an excellent resource for long-term care, assisted living, and post-acute nursing care for those in our community and surrounding communities. As a resident of Arlington Heights, I most appreciate the Lutheran home as a place where my late aunt spent many happy and joy-filled days. My father-in-law, Walter, currently resides at the Lutheran home and comments frequently on the beautifully maintained buildings and landscapes. This is a positive criticism from a very picky Irish-German World War II veteran, and his compliments don't come easy. Lastly, I, as medical director of the Lutheran home since 1980, have seen 32 years of positive evolutionary changes in both the physical structure of the Lutheran home and the services provided there. I am proud to say that I am the medical director of one of the best long-term care facilities there is. I look forward to further evolution of the facility and know our community will be proud of one of our finest landmarks. And from Dr. Homa's wife, Kathleen Homa. My name is Kathleen Homa. I am writing as a citizen of Arlington Heights and a supporter of the Lutheran home in their effort to gain approval for their renovations. I know the Lutheran home intimately because both of my parents have lived there. My mother lived her last days in the loving comfort provided by the professional staff. My father is proud to live in Hearthstone Assisted Living, where he has acquired great friends, the highest level of professional support, and has a sense of pride being a resident of Arlington Heights. The Lutheran home cares about the environment of their residents and their neighbors. The quiet but elegant architecture of the new buildings speak to their commitment to be a good neighbor. I wholeheartedly support the planned renovations. I think that these changes and upgrades can only add to the community at large and the well-being of numerous residents of Arlington Heights who live at the home. Change is always difficult for some to accept, but this change is going to make our neighbor, the Lutheran home, world-class. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Vicki. Tammy DeMarco, and on deck, Leonard Perkins.
Hi, I'm Tammy DeMarco, and I currently live at 1115 North Patton Avenue in Arlington Heights. And for full disclosure, I grew up at 1139 North Ridge. So I currently live on the other side of the Lutheran home. I have many fond memories of volunteering for the Lutheran home when I went to Thomas and to John Hersey High School. I had the opportunity to move my family back here from California a few years ago, and we could have chosen many communities to live in, but we chose Arlington Heights. I'm very passionate about the strong community that we provide for children, and I'm actually here today to speak to you as a mother and on behalf of the children in our community, because I feel like the Lutheran home definitely provides quality care, no question asked. I have no issue, and I have a lot of great faith that they'll continue to provide quality care for the community. My concern is really as a mother. You know, I support the modernization of the current building, and I definitely think that the facility needs to be updated so that the sprinkler systems are fixed and that the single unit beds, if that's necessitated by the current economic environment and current needs, I definitely agree with that as a proposal. I agree with private bathrooms. My hope is that during that phase that the neighborhood is greatly considered and not disturbed during that modernization period. That said, a few points that have been mentioned tonight around the reduction and elimination of green space really concern me. In addition, the expansion plan would be a big inconvenience to our community during the 3 or 4 years that it's underway. During that time, numerous construction vehicles will make it unsafe for children to run and walk and ride their bikes in our community, not to mention the noise and air pollution that all the trucks and materials would bring into our neighborhood morning through night. I'm a mother of a son who actually attended Shepherd's Flock for a year. They have a tremendous facility, but he also has asthma. So I have a real concern in terms of what that added pollution of the trucks and the construction materials are going to do to our environment from an air pollution perspective. In addition, I'm hoping that the future buildings would be considered when we're making this decision. So if we're going to expand further now, there are a few other spaces that would be open, and is that something that's in consideration? If we open it up to this expansion now, further buildings, I'm concerned that it would open it up to further reduction of green space for our community. My hope is that the board will strongly reconsider decoupling these projects and looking at really increasing the opportunity for modernization of the current buildings, but really placing close consideration of any further expansion at this point in time. Thank you for your time. Bye-bye.
Thank you, Tammy. Leonard Perkins, and on deck, Maureen Battaglia.
I'm Leonard Perkins, Perkins. I live at 1139 North Ridge, Arlington Heights. There are basically two projects that are included in this program tonight. The first is rehabbing the Olson Center because the state requires sprinkler and the market demands private rooms. When private rooms replace the current semi-private rooms, the Olson Center will have 90 fewer beds. It was only recently that we fully understood that the reduction in beds reduces the number of cars at the Lutheran home by 45. Since there are additional spaces that haven't been developed, on the site, there's a swing of total of 60 cars. So the parking problems that the neighbors complained about forever go away if the only project is to rehab the Olson Center, which I support. This fact was not discussed at the Plan Commission when it gave its 5-4 approval. I support it. The current management would like a larger unit. However, I'm confident that the management can continue to provide the current quality care with just the Olson Center being rehabbed without the addition of what I call Project 2. Project 2 is a new building on the west side, which requires blacktopping most of the green space on the east side for parking. I call your attention to Section 5.1-8.1 of the Zoning Code, defining locations for I-zoning, which require property over 20 acres to be located in an I-zone, to be located on a major arterial. Lutheran home, which is more than 20 acres, is not on an arterial. Therefore, meeting the commercial PUD code standards should not be determinative of what is acceptable when a large I-zone property is located entirely within a single-family residential area. Remember, zoning is a right. A PUD is not. I call to your attention Section 9.1, the intent section of the PUD ordinance. 2 of the 5 elements are very pertinent here. Subsection C provides for preservation of natural areas. While the green space of the Project 2 would not be considered natural state, I think this section encourages the retention of green space. Subsection E requires compatibility with adjacent and nearby land development. It goes without saying that Project 2 is not compatible with the neighborhood. Therefore, when the intent of the PUD ordinance is applied to Project 2, it must be denied because it destroys green space and is not compatible with the single-family nature of the neighborhood that Luther Village is located in. What is that issue here is a proper balance between the rights of the surrounding single-family neighborhood and the current management's approval. The Lutheran home provides great services, but the fact that it is located in a single-family neighborhood necessarily limits the potential for expansion. Thank you.
Thank you, Lynn. Maureen Battaglia, close, maybe, and on deck, Kimberly Melchow.
My name is Maureen Battaglia, Battaglia. I reside at 1005 North Douglas in Arlington Heights and have been a resident for 40 years. I'd like to say I've had a loved one at the Lutheran home, my father. He went through rehab there and went through rehab there successfully. It was a wonderful experience and I do support the Lutheran Home Project. Thank you.
Thank you, Maureen. Kimberly Melchow, and on deck, Barbara Zeller.
Hi, my name is Kimberly Melchow, Malchow, and I live at 5519 Alexandria Drive in Lake in the Hills. And I'm here to read a letter from a family member who could not be here this evening. Her name is Michelle Kilgallen. I'm writing to express my support for the proposed modernization project. My mother was a short-term patient at the Lutheran home following her stroke in December of 2007. My father promised her that she would be home for the holidays, and the staff worked very hard to make sure that her goal was achieved. The care she received from the nursing and therapy services was superb, but even better was that she could see her granddaughters at Shepherd's Flock whenever she wanted. I truly believe this benefit aided in her rehabilitation. My aunt had received short-term rehab 3 times before transitioning to long-term care in 2010. Our family has experienced different levels of care during her multiple stays, from rehab to early memory loss to her most recent transition to pathways under hospice services. The staff is attentive to her needs and patient with her frequent mood and behavior changes. Although I wish they knew her before her dementia progressed to where it is today, I could not be more grateful that they know her now. I am grateful to the Lutheran Home for being there for my family when they needed it, from child daycare to short-term rehab to long-term care. The Lutheran Home provides top-notch services to the area. This project serves to validate your commitment to ongoing health and wellness needs of the current and future residents. You are a truly asset to the community. Sincerely, Michelle Cagallan.
Thank you very much, Kimberly. Barbara Zeller, and on deck, Kevin Schiffman.
I'm Barbara Zeller at 407 West Campbell Street in Arlington Heights. I've been a resident of Arlington Heights for almost 30 years, and I'm here to encourage the trustees to vote in favor of the project, not only because a dear friend of mine's mother is a current resident there, but because of the work I've done with our teens at our church in Arlington Heights, bringing them there to perform service hours where they've learned valuable lessons about giving back to the community and honoring our senior citizens. So I encourage the trustees to consider and recognize the need for periodic improvements such as this. Thank you.
Thank you. Kevin? And on deck, Mary Jo Zeller.
My name is Kevin Schiffman, 1004 North Casper. When I heard that the Lutheran Home was talking about an addition, I just said, wonderful. Eliminate all the parking situations that we've had on my street on Casper. It's been a mess for a long time, and I'm glad to see that they've stepped forward to clean that up before they even came before you. I don't have a story about the Lutheran Home. No family member that's been there. I tried to get my grandfather to go there, but the name threw him off. Since he was Jewish, he refused to go. But otherwise, I mean, my wife and I, Debbie, we both really worked. We wanted him close to us. Kids were young. Nice walk over there. But they fixed the parking, and by doing that, they put in a big parking lot on the east side, which, in my belief, is there's no green space. They're also splitting up the retention pond on the west side and putting in the 2 underground basins, one on the north side and one on the south side. My concern on that is the one on the south side is now going to be draining onto Oakton Street rather than going to Kennecott, where I believe it all the water went before. So what's that going to do to the sewers on Oakton Street and wherever they go to the east from there? If there's going to be any situations on that. At the last neighborhood update meeting they had, there was talk about what sort of traffic pattern they could do for their employees leaving the Lutheran Home, if they're going to go out to Village Drive, if they're going to go out Concordia. No mention of that tonight in their updated plan, what they talked about. There's a big concern with all that traffic now parking in their space where they should park, with the employees leaving on, especially on Kennecott and on Oakton, with just all the bicycle walkers and all that. Now you got an extra 70 cars leaving their property all at the same time, with the safety of the kids to and from school, and just all the other people leaving and walking around the Lutheran Home. It's kind of funny that they're here asking you to give them something that they want, and we've been complaining for a while now on something we wanted, and that was fixing the parking, and then we find out that they've had land bank parking spaces that they could have paved and turned into parking spots for not all of the cars, but some of the cars to park on their property over the past 5 years, and they haven't done it. But now that they want something, they're throwing all the blacktop out there that they can to appease everyone to move forward. So it's up to you.
Thank you, Kevin. I know that traffic has been and parking on those streets to the south have been an issue. So thank you for being here. Mary Jo Zeller, and on deck, Linda Colleague, maybe, or Colin G. Mary Jo.
Mary Jo Zeller, 118 Bonnie Bray, Mount Prospect. I love Arlington Heights, and I have worked in Arlington Heights with senior services for the past 25 years. Roger Paulsberg has served as the visionary of the Lutheran Home for the past 20 years. When I first visited the Lutheran Home in 1979, the walls were green cinder block. The modernization over the years has created a place that's different. Most nursing homes are places where people are afraid to go and visit. And modernizations has made this a welcoming place where families gather, celebrate birthdays, holidays, and yes, funerals. Most importantly, continuing family relationships. This current modernization project is so the most frail and vulnerable of our population can live in a lifestyle with updated private rooms. For me, this vote is not about parking, it's not about landscaping, and it's not about roof height. It's about caring for seniors. For me, a no vote seems a strong message that seniors are not valued and not deemed deserving of quality accommodations. A yes vote, for me, says the village continues its commitment to seniors and it remains strong. Please vote yes and continue the shared vision for excellence in serving seniors. Thank you.
Thank you, Mary Jo. Linda, help me with your last name. Susan Clapper is on deck.
Hi, I'm Linda Koleng, and that's Kolleng. And I am here today to support the Lutheran Home in its modernization project. As a representative of Alliance Rehab, the Lutheran Home's contracted physical therapy company, I know just how much this modernization will improve the Lutheran Home's ability to provide therapy services. The Lutheran Home's current physical therapy area was built in the 1970s when the Lutheran Home was serving far fewer residents than it is today. The modernization project will allow the Lutheran Home to increase the amount of space in which we can provide therapy to accommodate the growing number of individuals served at the Lutheran Home. Additionally, as part of the modernization, the therapy area will have state-of-the-art equipment, which will be a huge benefit to the residents as they receive their therapy treatments, and the modernization space will truly increase our residents' enjoyment of therapy, which is so important to their health and well-being. Thank you.
Thank you, Linda. Susan Clapper, and on deck, Lanny Fetzer.
Hi, my name is Susan Clapper, Clapper. I live at 1011 North Chicago Avenue, which is just 5 blocks from the Lutheran Home. And as a neighbor, I enjoy the green surroundings of the Lutheran Home and go for walks many times around the home. And I couldn't help but be drawn to the Lutheran Home, so I volunteered there. And then I started to work there. I felt a calling, and that was 10 years ago. Soon after that, my friend and neighbor, she had no family, so she just had her neighbors. And being 5 blocks away, she reminded me that the Lutheran Home area used to be where she got her milk and eggs. But then she ended up needing their care there, and she was able to go through rehabilitation there. After being at another facility, because the Lutheran Home was full, but then she was able to get in and get the quality care she needed to go home. My friend lived there till she was 95, and then she passed away. But I know right now she would be very much in favor of rooms with private bathrooms. That was something that was very important to her. So I'm in favor of this project. And as a neighbor, I thank the staff at the Lutheran Home who's worked so hard to make my neighborhood free of all the cars on Oakton and Kennecott. When I drive by, it feels like it's a weekend. So I appreciate that. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Susan. Lanny? Is Lanny Fetzer here?
Larry Fetzer. I think I'm going to pass. I think the folks that are opposed have already said pretty much the same thing I would say.
Okay, thank you, Larry. Michael Will, I don't know if it's O-U-R, Lancelot in Palatine. Is Michael still here? Michael, if you would please come to the podium, and on deck is Betty Williamson.
Thank you. My name is Michael Willour, W-I-L-L-O-U-R. I live at 259 South Lancelot Lane, Palatine, Illinois. My sister is currently a patient at Lutheran Home. She's having short-term rehab therapy after hip surgery. Hip surgery, knee surgeries, eventually we're all going to get there. I'm in full support of the project being discussed, and thank you for this opportunity to speak to you. I think the modernization of the rooms, providing a private bath and shower, is wonderful. The added space per room for added equipment when necessary is wonderful. The rehab center will have newer equipment and offer exceptional service to the residents of Arlington Heights and the surrounding suburbs. My family moved here in 1965. I've lived within two suburbs all that time, for 47 years, and Arlington Heights is my home. So I'm glad the Lutheran Home is here, and I'm glad to have this opportunity to talk to you tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Michael. Betty Williamson. On deck, Lisa Christensen.
Good evening. My name is Betty Williamson, W-I-L-L-I-A-M-S-O-N, and I live at 4 South Regency Drive East in Arlington Heights. I've been a resident of Arlington Heights for 26 years and was aware early on in my being a part of this community of the wonderful reputation the Lutheran Home held for care of our elderly. I have had numerous friends over the years choose the Lutheran Home for rehabilitation following neck surgery, disc repairs, knee replacements, hip replacements, and strokes. These friends are residents of Luther Village and other Arlington Heights neighborhoods. On numerous occasions, these friends started their rehab at another facility, were unhappy with the services rendered, and transferred to the Lutheran Home. My mother spent her last 3 months of life in the Olson Center, suffering the end stages of Alzheimer's, with which she lived for over 20 years. Her previous stay in another nursing home could be described as a nightmare situation for her and for our family. The Lutheran Home, on the other hand, provided a safe, clean, loving environment in which my mother was able to peacefully live out her final days. Our family will be forever grateful for those 3 months and the care and attention the staff gave her when she could no longer speak on her own behalf. As I've watched the Lutheran Home open the doors of Hearthstone, its beautiful assisted living facility, and as I've seen the neighborhood concept for our residents so beautifully implemented from the old into the new, creating a fresh, light, open environment for our residents, it is clear that the Olson Center is past due in need of modernization. I strongly support the project and hope you see the need for continued support of this wonderful 120-year-old tradition in Arlington Heights. In addition to modernizing the building, which has become very dated, and being able to provide a state-of-the-art rehabilitation center, the project will solve the parking problem, which is understandably a major issue with surrounding neighbors and our staff. Thank you.
Thank you, Betty. Lisa? And on deck is Connie Sawa.
Hello. My name is Lisa Christensen, Christensen. I live at 275 Palmgren Court in Buffalo Grove, Illinois. My father
about 3 years ago. He has Parkinson's disease, and he was having multiple falls, unfortunately resulting in a fracture of his cervical spine. He went to Lutheran Home to heal and regain some strength and balance. The care was excellent. All staff were in tune to his needs, medically, physically, and emotionally. It was scary and uncomfortable having a cervical brace on 24 hours a day, but they did everything they could to maintain his comfort and safety. The staff was friendly, caring, and professional. I think we've established that private bathrooms are really important, but it's not just the privacy of the bathroom, it's also the size. My dad was a larger man, and he had needed a lot of help from his wheelchair into the bathroom, and they're very, very small. So I think the space is also a big consideration. And because of his experience, his very good experience, I really support the project to even better serve the needs of the growing elderly population and the increasingly medically complex issues in the rehab units and for the residents who live there. The improved environment that will be available will be pleasant for the patients and residents and will be much better for the staff. They'll have the room to do their job. They will have the room to provide the care necessary to maintain the high standards and excellent reputation of Lutheran Home. Thank you.
Thank you, Lisa. Connie? And on deck, Steve Reed? I think that's an R. Welcome, Connie.
Connie Sowa, S-O-W-A, 7542 North Oleander in Chicago. I'm in support of this wonderful project because in the past 10 months, I've had 2 friends who have entered the Lutheran Home for rehabilitation. Both had superb care. They both remarked that the one thing that was missing was the private bathrooms. Thank you.
Thank you, Connie. Steve? Is it Reed? Okay. On deck, Samantha Breeden?
My name is Steve Reed, R-E-I-D. I live at 4621 North Malden in Chicago, and I'm speaking on behalf of a good friend of mine, Nan Sullivan, who lives at 410 South Dunton Street in Arlington Heights. She had unexpected oral surgery today, so she's in a little bit of a pain. So I said I would read her statement for her. Dear members of the Village Board, as a resident of Arlington Heights for 42 years, I welcome the opportunity to lend my support to the proposed modernization project for the Lutheran Home's Olson Pavilion. The reputation of the Lutheran Home has been exemplary for over 120 years. In addition, the Lutheran Home continues to be a caring partner in support of many other services and programs within my home community. This modernization of the existing Olson Pavilion can only be another benefit for Arlington Heights, and I applaud the Lutheran Home's visionary, proactive response to the needs of seniors and those who need rehabilitation services. I ask for your approval of the Lutheran Home's modernization project and any amendments to the planned unit development ordinance and zoning variations that may be necessary to move forward with this project. Sincerely, Nan Sullivan, 410 South Dunton, Arlington Heights, Illinois.
Thank you, Steve. Samantha? Is it Breeden? Braden. Okay.
Samantha Braden, B-R-E-D-E-N. I live at 145 Hill Street in Mount Prospect.
As you pause, I'm going to say Bob Fox is on deck. Go.
I am here in support of the Lutheran Home Project. All 3 of my children have attended Shepherd's Flock, the child care center located at the Lutheran Home, and my youngest daughter is still there. Choosing a child care center is a significant and emotional decision for a family, just as choosing placement for a senior family member is a significant and emotional decision. The care and compassion and dedication of the staff that we have experienced has been exceptional, and I believe that the same quality of care and dedication also applies to the Lutheran Home. So I was completely comfortable in recommending the Lutheran Home to a friend who was in need of care for her father. My friend, her sister,
and their mother have told me how grateful they are for the services that her father received while at the Lutheran home. Though the overall experience was very positive, she did mention that her father was not comfortable sharing a washroom or using a common shower. And her mom did struggle with meal times because she was unable to eat with her husband in the dining room due to how small they are. I am in support of this project because it continues the quality of services that the Lutheran home is known for and provides improvements to the physical space and the infrastructure that address the concerns expressed by current and former residents. Thank you.
Thank you, Samantha. Bob Fox?
Thank you, Mayor and Trustees. From Crystal Lake. I grew up in Arlington Heights when we referred to the Lutheran home as the old folks home. But I'm here to say and ask you all to refer to it now as the young folks home, because I've been there twice in the last 2 years for rehabilitation on my hips. I was lucky enough to get into the orthopedic wing both times, and I had fantastic care. Nurses, staff, physical therapists, and I researched 7 places in the northwest suburbs, and the Lutheran home was the place I picked. Obviously, the first care was so wonderful. It was an easy choice the second time, but private rooms are what makes the difference, and this expansion will allow future rehabilitation patients like myself to get excellent care, and I put my faith in the Lutheran home, and I ask you all to now. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Fox. And I know you won't believe it, but I don't have any more blue slips. So thank all of you for cooperating with our little baseball rules. I think without exception, we heard repeated comments about the quality of care. The issues that have come up have been also repeated. The loss of green space, parking on streets, and concerns over the length of construction and how will all that be handled. So, Mr. Dixon, with staff, I don't know if you want me to just go to trustees with questions at this point.
Well, I think that's probably appropriate, but I would just reiterate what Mr. Perkins said earlier in his presentation, that this project, as currently proposed, meets code, and that the concerns you just itemized are satisfactorily addressed in the eyes of the staff.
Okay, questions or comments from trustees? Trustee Glasgow.
I have a few questions for both staff and the petitioner. I'd like to start off just by asking the petitioner, you're not-for-profit, that's correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, Mr. Paulsberg, how many Medicare patients do you have?
I'm sorry, could you repeat that?
How many Medicare patients do you have?
I'll let... Our average Medicare census the last 2 years is 75.
75%?
75
patients over the past 2 years?
Yes.
Out of how many patients that you see?
Our campus is about 373, probably average census overall for the nursing home, not including Hearthstone, our assisted living.
The majority of the people are paying, correct?
I'm sorry?
They're paying customers?
That's
other
correct.
than Medicare customers?
That's correct.
All right. The economic impact on the village, Mr. Dixon, you and I had a discussion earlier. I requested if the entire property was tax-free or tax-exempt, excuse me, for property taxes. Is that correct? There's a small portion that does pay property taxes?
That is correct.
And it's a very, very small portion, correct?
Correct.
All right. Amounting to, I believe it was a doctor's office? Is that what your recollection was?
There is space allocated to a doctor, and as a result, property taxes are paid on that.
Okay, so all the rest of this is, all right. With regard to the property taxes of the residents, I spoke with Mr. Joy, who I believe used to sit on the board, and he had indicated that his property tax had been reduced a few years based on this being across the street. The indications with regard to people coming here, I don't hear any brand-new jobs being created. It sounds like you guys are pretty much going to stay static. I have to agree with Commissioner Taglia's comment about the pad in Design Commission. Is I don't think it's aesthetically pleasing, but I believe Mr. Dixon made that really clear when we spoke earlier that it's required by code. We heard a lot about traffic conditions and parking, but looking at the 3712 Arlington Heights Police Department Community Service Bureau, they've indicated that there's no traffic problems at the location, and that the development should not create traffic problems as indicated. You're increasing to 115 parking spots, is that correct? Or increasing to 115 parking spots? Mr. Paulsberg, I have a question for you, and that is, if the parking stalls exceed current requirements, why are you encouraging carpooling?
It's really just another matter of trying to keep any additional vehicles off the campus so that we have sufficient parking for any additional visitors or whoever may come onto the campus. We're just trying to be as proactive as possible and come up with as many ideas, again, to try and reduce the overall traffic coming to the campus.
Okay. If it is in fact compliant, why do you have the overflow parking over at Salt Creek Lane?
That, again, is just an option primarily for special events where, say, if there would happen to be a larger life enrichment activity or something, a larger 100th birthday party or something with a number of extra family members that would bring additional traffic in, then we would use that lot as an overflow option.
How are you planning on getting your employees back and forth?
We would shuttle them back and forth with the bus.
Quite a distance to get them back and forth. I mean, I realize that's your property over there and getting them back and forth, but a satellite parking area at Salt Creek Lane to Luther Village over here is quite the trek.
It is a couple miles, that's correct. Probably what we would do, what we've talked about potentially is encouraging individuals that would be willing to do some of the carpooling is actually to park their vehicles in our lot over at Salt Creek, and then so 4 vehicles or 4 people would carpool, 3 vehicles could park over there, and then that 1 additional vehicle could then bring those individuals over to the carpooling area.
All right. I took the time to walk this property on Sunday, and going around to the east side where you're proposing the parking lot, I had some questions when I stood in the actual space there and looking back. You can see the houses. And if you look at the overall site plan, which is up on the overhead, there's you've got your parking lot over on the east side, abutting Ridge, very, very close to Ridge. I believe you said 4 feet at one point? Is that correct? Am I wrong?
From
the east side.
As far as the setback?
Yeah.
Hi, Kevin Madalinsky, Madalinski. The setback from Ridge to the parking lot is approximately 30 feet.
Okay. So where you've got it right now, the open space where I was standing, you're looking out, there's nothing blocking you from the parking lot into those people's houses. What is your plan for at nighttime when the cars are there and they turn on their headlights?
There should be no, or there will be no cars at that time as far as in the evening. So they'll be there, basically during the daytime.
Okay, well, winter months, it gets dark at 4 o'clock in the afternoon.
Right, I was going to say, obviously during that time, there will be, and what we're planning on, obviously, is with the additional buffering, with the additional landscaping to be able to block some of those headlights for those periods of time.
How much landscaping are you going to put up? I mean, have you thought about perhaps a small hill or something there to block the headlights? A change in grade, anything that would keep it from pointing directly into those people's houses?
Mark Bolke with Hoffman. The landscaping in that area is going to be heavily landscaped with evergreen trees and shrubs. And they'll be planted most of them will be 6 feet, some of them will be up to 10 to 12 feet high when they're planted. And so it'll be a pretty, I think, Matt Dabrowski also brought it, the opacity will be it's thick, so you won't be able to see through it.
I don't know if I'm that comfortable with that many parking stalls facing Ridge. I mean, you are in a residential area. I'm just concerned about the ability of, those 3 or 4 houses right there not to have lights going in and out of their living room windows at any given time during the months of, say, October into February.
As I said, there'll be evergreen trees, and there is the latest thing we just put on the plan since Plan Commission meeting is a solid row of 6-foot arborvitae. You can see the
Well, you can see
the
it.
entire edge of the parking lot.
Having arborvitaes myself, it takes anywhere between 3 and 4 years for them to grow together, and they're still not opaque.
They'll be 6 feet high when they're planted. They'll be planted, I believe, 8 feet on center, 4 feet on center, 4 feet on center. And there will also be a row of evergreen trees between the arborvitae and ridge, because we have the minimum is 30 feet, so we have up to probably 50 or 60 feet in some areas there, so we can really get a lot of landscaping in there.
Is there any way you can do a small hill right there when you plant them down so that the headlights are at a lower angle, or perhaps you've got some earth in between them and the houses on Ridge?
That area already slopes up. From Ridge, it slopes up anywhere from 3 to 4 feet already.
Yeah, I know, but you can see directly from where your proposed parking lot is into those houses. I'm just proposing putting something there earthwise to make sure that you keep those lights out of there.
We felt that the landscape solution was the best solution based on the drainage and the existing topography, being that it already goes up 4 feet. It'd be.
I don't know if I agree with that. The flooding issue, I understand the flooding issue, but I believe there was a study of the 1200 block of Oakton, or Chicago, excuse me, that hasn't flooded, I believe, since that time. Talking with some of the residents over in that area, they haven't had anything. Granted, we've had a drought, but I haven't seen or heard anything in that area since that time. I'm really troubled by the fact that Lutheran wants to build so big a structure on that west side. I understand the footprint of the property. I do. I get it. I think that kind of creates your hardship. But I am really troubled by the size and the massing on that side. I'm also troubled by the fact that, as you heard, talking with friends in the neighborhood, talking with people in the neighborhood, hearing a resident here talk about this is not something new. People have been complaining about parking in this area, and it takes this project to do it and address something which is perceived, at least in the neighborhood, as being an issue. I heard from, I think, neighbor after neighbor and person after person as to the good works of Lutheran. A lot of them were from out of town, but I mean, clearly you're a benefit to the community. There's no question about that. I think my personal view of this is, with all those shortcomings, you've listened to a lot of the neighbors and changed up a lot of these. You've gone to great lengths to try and accommodate the neighborhood. I think you're affecting a minimal amount of people on the west side. I don't think I'd be a giant fan of looking out and seeing those buildings sitting there too, but the reality is you guys were there first. And the houses were built subsequent to that, I believe. In '88, was that the year you got the PUD? There was a lot of outcry then as to this particular project, and people thought it was Armageddon and the end of the world. Looking at the front, going north from the south exposure, it looks like it fits in very well into the neighborhood. Looking north from the renderings, it also looks like it fits in very well from the neighborhood. My trouble is those 4 houses over on the other side and your parking issues over on the east side. Other than that, I don't think you're increasing anything other than the issues that you've already got. You're remaining fairly static in the neighborhood. But I do have problems with those two. If you could address those issues for me, Mr. Paulsberg, I'd appreciate it.
Sure. I'll just make a couple comments and I'll let Kevin finish them off. Again, relative to the east side parking lot, we've worked with the staff, with considerable amount of time to come up with the proper solution. Understanding the need for that buffering, whether it be additional landscaping, whether potentially might be a fence of some sort, that we could potentially put up, again, to block off the potential for the lights, as you mentioned. Again, we've have felt that the solution that we have come up with, at this time with the landscaping, and again with the approval of the staff, does do a great deal of buffering, which should, again, we can say that it meets code, but that doesn't say that it's going to satisfy the residents, obviously. And, we're trying to do our best to see what we can do to come up with the best possible solution. But relative to the east lot, too, I'll let Kevin talk a little bit more about that.
Thanks, Roger. A couple of the concerns that were raised, as Roger had indicated, trying to take the approach with the less restrictive, more natural landscaping with the evergreen buffer was our first approach, and the approach that we're presenting here tonight. Again, the concern with headlights in the parking lot could be addressed with a fence line, but again, the dense configuration of evergreen buffer we felt with this proposal did create that separation or meeting that demand. We had created a rendering, I believe it's about 10 slides after this, to indicate the separation and plantings that would indicate that rendering from walking along the sidewalk along Ridge Avenue to give an indication of how the parking cars in the parking lot would be blocked. A few more, please. This is a view, if walking on the east side of Ridge Avenue looking into the parking lot. What is illustrated and rendered here is the specific landscaping plan, the trees that are proposed, as well as it shows majority of the parking lot is filled with cars in this rendering. They're not visible because of the evergreen buffer. We did consider grading options to create some type of berming. As indicated earlier, there is currently over a 5-foot drop-off in the 30 feet. It's a fairly steep grade. We are concerned with safety, maintenance. Again, with a steeper grade, we were concerned with the appearance of that. We wanted, for the amount of height that would have to be reached in order to block the cars, block the vehicles in the parking lot, we were concerned with how steep in maintaining that grade along the sidewalk, concerned with drainage issues of freeze-thaw considerations for the sidewalk. That's what led us to the path of the current proposal.
Okay, I still don't know if I'm comfortable with that, just because I know that lights are going to go through the tree, and you're trying to make it as comfortable as possible for the residential neighbors where you guys chose to put your facility. And being a good neighbor, I would appreciate if you guys could come up with a better solution to kind of block out those lights, because I personally don't think the arborvitae is going to keep the lights out all the time. If I live next door to it, I don't think I'd be real happy with that. The building on the other side, the building is what it is. I don't think that there's anything that you can really do about that other than not build it. And if it's within code spec, as staff has indicated, and the fact that you guys have taken time to actually lower the height of the building, pursuant to your meetings with the neighbors, I can't really object as much to that, but I really wish there was something you could do with this. I really do.
Okay.
Madam President, point of order. In accordance with Village Code, we need a motion to extend the meeting past 11 o'clock, and I would so move at this time.
We have a motion by Trustee Hayes. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Trustee Sidor. All those in favor of continuing the meeting beyond 11 o'clock signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you, Trustee Hayes. Other comments? Trustee Glasgow, you still have the
Other
floor.
than that, I realize what you guys have to do, and I would appreciate if there's something you could do with this. Other than that, I don't really have any objections other than those I've voiced. I appreciate the time that you guys have taken, and I appreciate the time that people have come before us to share what they want and what their thoughts are. And I understand the concerns of the neighbors.
Absolutely, and I totally appreciate your comments, too. Relative to the east parking lot, again, we can work very closely with the staff in establishing, if a fence becomes a better option from a screening position, we'll that remains on the table very, very easily. So if that versus the landscape buffering, which obviously would continue on at the same time, too. Again, we're just trying to be good stewards of the dollars, that we need to spend, but at the same time, we want to be that good neighbor, and we will definitely take action to do that.
And one last thing, and I'll yield the floor, is that I appreciate, after reading the Plan Commission meetings, minute meetings, if you guys had continued in the same course, I don't know if I would have voted the same way, but you were flexible, and I appreciate the fact that you were trying to be accommodating to the residents and the concerns of the Plan Commission. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
This is where we are.
I have one follow-up on Trustee Glasgow. The 30 feet
Preliminary?
that's been referenced,
So
is that to the plant material? Is that to the sidewalk? Is that to the curb on the street? Where's that 30 feet?
That is the setback to the asphalt paved parking area.
From where? The curb or the sidewalk?
The sidewalk.
Okay.
The sidewalk. I believe, and I would defer to Mr. Dabrowski as far as current zoning requirements. I believe for standard parking is only a 5-foot setback. We are over 30 feet.
All right, thank you. Additional comment? Trustee Sidor, you ready?
I think so. Thank you, Madam Mayor. Mr. Paulsbury, I have a few questions for you. Can you explain, you mentioned it a couple times in your opening comments and throughout your presentation, mission critical. It's a very cool term. Could you just define that for me a little bit, please, how this project is mission critical for Luther Home?
Absolutely. Essentially what I mean by that is for us to, again, take care of our aging infrastructure so that we can create a much more up-to-date environment for our residents and to be able to remain competitive with all the other services that are being offered throughout the entire community. So it's critical from the standpoint that it allows us to continue to serve all of God's people with those high-quality services. It obviously enables us to continue to move forward from a financial perspective. It helps us from a stewardship standpoint, of course, with the dollars that we will be spending on the construction, and then obviously within the village of Arlington Heights and the community, again, to just continue to keep our facilities upgraded as much as possible. We have tended in the past for many, many years to just kind of take ourselves for granted many times, and just thinking that, well, people will come to us kind of like no matter what we look like or no matter what we offer, just because of who we are. And that's obviously that's a great reputation to have, but at the same time, our individuals that we serve deserve the best. They deserve these upgrades. They deserve everything that we've really proposed at this time.
Okay, thank you. Regarding, Charles, I don't know, there was some mention of green space, and looking at the project, maybe you can switch back to that other overhead of the site plan. On an institutional property like this, do you feel that there's a lack of green space in any way with the new site plan as far as planning is concerned?
Trustee Sidor, there's certainly less green space
Yes,
than existing.
I would agree with that.
With the way the footprints of the existing building are, but we took a look at it from the current zoning. The property is zoned institutional, and that requires a 30-foot perimeter setback around the property.
Okay.
There is the underlying PUD that extends that and makes it 50 feet, and they exceed that in all provisions for the buildings.
Okay.
The parking lot in this situation, the closest point is 30 feet. It's a little further in some other areas. It's the most comparable example for a parking lot similar to this that I could think of would be at St. Vida, when a few years ago they expanded in the green space in the front, and they did a nice job with the landscaping along Oakton or Olive. It's late, Oakton. And it kind of curves a little bit like this. It's a much bigger parking lot than this, but that's an example of a parking lot, kind of an institutional use similar to this in a residential neighborhood. So I think they've tried to maintain as much green space as possible.
Okay.
But, you know, it is less than what's there today.
Understood. Regarding that parking lot, Lot E, the one on the east side, I really liked that one resident, Mrs. Dorn, with the permeable parking lot option. I don't know what that would cost, but sounds fun to me. Let's just keep it at that. Which brings me to water management. One of the questions I had, I expressed with Mr. Dixon, was during construction, is there going to be any lag time where that current reservoir won't be operational, for lack of a better word, and the new tanks will not be installed? So my point is there any lag time for water mitigation?
Mayor, if I might, I think Mr. Massarelli, our Director of Engineering, is prepared to answer that.
As part of the planned construction, the petitioner spoke earlier this evening stating that the parking lots would be the first items that would be constructed. Okay. And both of the new underground detention facilities will be located beneath those parking lots. So they will be one of the first things that will be installed.
Okay. And that was a question one of the residents. Yesterday I spent time walking around, knocking on doors and checking out the property. That was one of the questions one of the residents had, was what happens if there was a lag time. So that helps me. Thank you very much. The other question one of the residents had that I knocked on was, and maybe we can just do this for the record, with the addition of the larger construction wing on the west end of the property, the mechanicals on top of the building are going to generate some noise. Is there code that makes sure that that noise does not, interfere with quality of life of surrounding neighbors?
Yes, Paul Butt from our Building and Health Services Department was asked to research that this afternoon. Mr. Butt, would you come from the bullpen where you are and stand at the microphone?
I like your term bullpen, keeping with the theme. Okay.
Good evening. I did do some research on that. And the way the mechanical units are, they're set recessed into the roof structure, which will help with the sound. Also, if it does become a problem, there's also codes that will address the sound level for those mechanical units.
Well, I don't want it to become a problem. I mean, how do we keep it from being a problem in the first place is my question, I guess, during the initial construction.
Well, I think we can work with perhaps Hoffman in regards to coming up with some type of sound attenuation for the interior portion of that recessed area.
Okay.
But I would have to put that responsibility back on them to figure out what can be done.
It was a concern of a resident. I thought it might be viable, and I wanted to bring it up and get it on the record.
I want to insert, there's some information you could get from the library, because when they installed a new condition after one of their additions, there was a horrendous sound, and they had to go through several challenges to mitigate that, because that could be an annoying factor for neighbors across the street.
Thank you. Charles, another question that was brought up by some residents as I was canvassing the area was looking at the site plan now and the property of Lutheran Home. Can they do anything beyond this? Some people felt that this is just the beginning, that there's even more expansion that can be done. And I'm looking at this property and this site plan. What else could they squeeze on this property and come before us? Anything, or is this pretty much it?
Well, I think their only other options would be to try to build over some of the parking areas on the north, but they would have to accommodate the existing parking demand and the additional demand that that additional building would generate.
Right.
And the only way to do that would be underground parking or structured parking. So, I think, they might have some other smaller additions perhaps that they might come back to the village for, but they would have to go back through the hearing process, and it would have to be vetted out, just as this one has.
I guess I should ask Mr. Paulsberg that question. Being the visionary of the Lutheran home, how do you see yourself?
I always have a vision for everything.
10 years from now, 15 years from now, are you going to come before us wanting to plop something else down on this site, or?
Well, not necessarily to plop anything down, of course.
Wow.
Well, no, I don't. But
trying to keep things light here.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that. We're always reevaluating. I mean, on an annual basis, on a 6-month basis, the status of our services. However, the ones that we have established now on the campus, obviously with the assisted living and the nursing care, and the rehabilitation pieces, are going to remain very static over the next 5 to 10 years. As Mr. Perkins mentioned, possibly. Even the adult daycare is very, very static right now from the standpoint over the next 5 to 10 years. Child care is a very wide open subject, but again, that becomes an issue of how does that continue to mix. If we would expand that a little bit more with our resident population. And that, again, would be a difficult area, too, just because, we'd have to probably go up another floor or take some of that green space in that one courtyard area, which, again, we don't want to do. So we have talked about, there's really not even any additional room from an assisted living standpoint. There is room back towards, back into something maybe to negotiate with Luther Village back into those areas, but we'd have to take a look. But right now, my vision has not stopped, but it's static with what we're doing right now.
Okay. With that, I'll just make a comment or two. I appreciate what the Lutheran Home has done between the Planning Commission meeting and the meeting this evening to address the residents' concerns. One of the residents came before us this evening and said, what additional value does Lutheran Home supply to the village? I think it's an asset that can be leveraged and should be leveraged, in my opinion. We heard from what I would consider customers of the Lutheran Home that put Arlington Heights on the map and talk about Arlington Heights because Lutheran Home is in Arlington Heights and is a superior care facility. So that's the way I view the Lutheran Home. I walked the property, talked to the neighbors, looked at the renderings. I like what you've done. It's very aesthetically pleasing. There's lots and lots and lots of landscaping and trees. On the east parking lot, I agree with Trustee Glasgow that I wouldn't want headlights coming into my living room window. So the rendering looks nice, but I don't know how many years down the road that rendering really, simulates the tree growth. With that said, I appreciate what you do, and I appreciate the time that the residents took to speak with me yesterday on their holiday. And with that, my questions are done, Mayor.
Thank you, Trustee Sidor. Let's go next. Trustee Breyer?
How many times in a day or a week does the fire department have to service either the Lutheran Home or the villas?
Chief Erickson is here. He can speak to that. Chief, please.
Trustee Breyer, I don't have the actual figures, but I think it'd be safe to say we're there about 2 or 3 times a day.
Is this because of residents in the skilled nursing or the shelter care that need to be taken to the hospital?
Correct.
Then I guess the question I understand is a 501c3, the home not paying property taxes. Am I correct? The villas are not paying property taxes?
Luther Village, Lutheran Home has to be distinguished. Perhaps there are people in the room who know that distinction better than I, but they are not the same, and I'm not sure they're the same for tax purposes.
The property that we're talking about as far as that we're working for the proposal, that is the Lutheran home, and that is tax exempt. The property with Luther Village is not tax exempt. All those villas do pay taxes. The number of times that the fire department does come, a number of times they do come into the Lutheran home, but probably just as many they do go into the Luther Village area too. So there are taxes that are paid by the vast majority of that tract of property.
Charles, if I could ask Charles this question, and overstep Bill here if he doesn't object. One of the residents who, in fact, I believe I served on the Plan Commission with 20-some years ago, and I believe he was on ZBA, had brought up a question about the I district and whether this piece of property was too large not to be on a thoroughfare and to have this I district designation. Is he correct?
The section? Okay, Matt advises me in 1988, a variation from that provision was granted when Luther Village was rezoned. Originally, the Lutheran home, I think since the 70s, has been zoned institutional. And then in 1988, the northern portion, which is Luther Village, was rezoned from R3 to institutional.
Is a point in history. The master plan for this piece of property that had been open for public inspection, was this number of beds or the size of the building delineated over the years, or this is a new addition?
Well, it's changed over time with the hearthstone that was added in 1996 was an addition. This current proposal actually has less beds, so there's, I think, 12 less beds than existing.
Well, how about bulk of the building?
Everything meets the current I zoning districts or exceeds it.
So if I had bought a home there in 1970, was it clear from the published plans at that time that there ultimately would be a fill-in of the property of this magnitude?
I don't know what anybody's view of that could have been at that time. I don't think Lutheran Home had thought about these expansions at that time. The only thing I could say is that the I district has certain, density standards that this plan meets. In fact, it exceeds it as it relates to the additional standards that the 1988 PUD put in place with the larger setbacks and the reduced height. So those were put in there as additional controls over the existing I district.
So in terms of, you said this complies to our code, so things like floor area ratio and every other measurement that we have, this complies, and the variations requested are just a few feet in the height, so in relatively nominal.
Yeah, the floor area ratio maximum by code is 100%. The current proposal is 73%, so it's under that. The only variations they're seeking are the distance between building and driveway in this loading zone in this area. The height in this addition here, and this small addition here. Those are the three that are 47 feet in height. Current I district maximum height is 45 feet. The PUD from 1988 sets 40 feet. So those little three areas need waiver from the PUD and a variation from the I district height. The main new addition meets that height requirement of 40 feet. The other variation are the two trees in landscape islands that are above the underground detention area. That's the only other variation they're seeking.
I would have been happier, although I can't design their project for them, if the new building could have, instead of being to the west, attached, say, to the north, and there'd be green space open. I mean, one thing that, to me, matters is having green space, and when I see that people have vaults for water retention, am I being overgeneralizing and saying that because they have vaults, they don't have enough green space?
Well, we are seeing more and more vaults, detention vaults, throughout the community, so that the sites can be maximized. So yes, I think, part of it, the underground detention, is because they're using the remainder of the site for either their setback requirements or parking or structures. They do have some open detention areas on the site, existing and proposed. So they're providing a combination of both in this particular case.
Now, it's been a long time since I've worked with businesses or industries that had certificate of need requirements, so my knowledge may be a little bit rusty. But doesn't certificate of need you only need permission for the patient care areas and not administrative areas?
Andrew Texan, T-E-C-S-O-N, counsel for the petitioner. The certificate of need rules apply to skilled nursing facilities, and the West Building is going to be a skilled nursing facility. So any capital expenditure over about $6-7 million requires the state's approval. And so that's why we had to get a certificate of need.
But I remember people designing projects, and they used to separate out the areas that weren't patient care, and certainly the parking lot isn't patient care.
Right, but it was all one big construction project, so they do within the CON divide it out between clinical and non-clinical. So you're correct, there is a division, but this particular project, because of the size of the expenditure on clinical areas, required that approval.
Because it would really still be nice if some of the parking were underground and space were opened up, and I realize you've designed it and probably you're not willing to change any of that, but that's why I asked the question of certificate of need, because I remember in many years ago when the institution I was with utilized a design-build firm, and people who were familiar with the regulations parceled out some of these areas that were not clinical and were able to get around the dollar and cent limits of the certificate of need. Doesn't sound like you're looking for my consulting advice on this matter, but I do remember that, and I suppose $78 million is, I see that's what's in there, is a big expenditure, and you're not dying to spend any more. But when you point to the certificate of need and its limits is one of the rationale not to do an underground facility or any other type of structure, I have to ask this question. Doesn't sound like you want to budge on that, but I'm sure the neighbors would have been happier. Trustee Glasgow asked about the percentage of patients on Medicare. How about the Medicaid complement?
Our resident population is approximately 60% private, 20% Medicaid, and 20% Medicare.
Medicaid ever pay?
I'm sorry?
Is Medicaid paying you?
Eventually.
So I assume Medicaid rates are relatively low.
Correct.
And even if Lisa Madigan doesn't think so, you're really doing charity.
Correct.
Well, I will spare everybody additional questions. I would have been happier if you had underground parking, and there could be more green space. And you could have attached the new building to the north and left green space open, but I guess you have reasons for not doing so. While some up here may not, many of the folks who said it's a good place don't live here, and we have to balance the needs of those who do with those who are from outside the community and receiving a service. I do know of many residents over the years who've had services there and are Arlington Heights or were Arlington Heights residents. And I guess I would have to note that if you've met the codes, it's really hard to not vote for the project, although I won't make my mind up to the last minute, but it appears it'd be, because I am mindful of how the residents feel, but it seems the police have no problems with the traffic, and the various disciplines within the village seem to think that you've met all the legal requirements. So I note that, and I will take that into account when we get to voting time.
And Trustee Breyer, I truly appreciate your comments. I don't want you to get any impression that we just arbitrarily chose that location. We have studied the entire campus to arrive at this solution. Surely, meeting the code requirements and everything, obviously that is one of our key items. But we did, take into consideration all of our neighbor areas. The effect that it might have on as many people, or as minimal effect that it might have as on as many people as possible. So, we feel that this is a strong solution, a good solution. We vetted it many times, internally, and then obviously with the village staff to look at, the very same questions that you asked. Were vetted with the village staff back and forth with all of us and with all of our developers.
I assume you're going to have your financing obligated very shortly to comply with the certificate of need?
Yes.
And you've done your financial studies that even after the $716 billion is taken out of Medicare and associated programs, that there'll be enough left over to pay the bills?
That is correct. We did have to revise our financial models down because of the reduction in Medicare rates. You're absolutely correct. But it still does work.
I have no other questions at this time.
Trustee Scaletta?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Where do we start? So I guess Lottie. Lottie is the one that's along Ridge Avenue that we were all talking about. I too agree that there should be some kind of berm, but understand that your comments about creating a slope that's too steep, and I can appreciate that. Also, I don't want you to cause a problem that would then also create more flooding, or create flooding where none exists. So I guess the first question is what are the hours of Lot E? If nobody's parking there overnight, what are the hours?
The hours are 7 a.m. to 7 p.m.
7 a.m. to 7 p.m. And then at that point, starting at 7 p.m., there's a parking enforcement officer who's going to make sure that no one's parking there?
Right, and the gate, the lot will be gated, so no one would be able to get in.
Okay. And is that gate manual or automatic?
It's automatic.
So is it going to go up and down every time someone goes in?
Oh, I think you have to have a card or whatever, a swipe card.
But so employees will be able to get through?
Right.
Okay. But at 7 p.m., no one else will be in that lot?
That's correct.
Okay. So if someone stays late, works an extra half of a shift, they're going to go move their car?
Yeah, they're going to have to. Yes, correct.
Okay.
The number of employees that work at the home dramatically decreases during the night, so we have about 45 employees that work throughout the night.
Sure.
And those employees would all be able to park on the north side of the building, northwest side of the building.
Excellent. Since we're talking about parking, there was mention earlier that if valet parking is needed, and there was only like one or two examples, maybe a 100th birthday party of why we might need valet parking because there's not going to be any third-party events. Where will the valet parkers park the vehicles?
Well, we would, for a special event where we're having, let's just say, 50 people coming to the campus, now that we have the agreement with Luther Village, we would park 50 of our employees who normally park on this campus, let's just say the northwest corner, normally park there during the day. So we would move them to the 50 spaces at Luther Village, and then the valet parkers would park the visitor cars where those employees normally park.
Okay. Employees better read their emails because it sounds like
oh, yes,
they're going to be all over the place. And you have a short-term lease with St. Peter's Church in order to park vehicles over there?
It's a 4-year lease, or
short-term.
Yes, short-term.
So in the event that you have issues with not having enough parking on site, you'll find a way to extend that agreement? Or work on a new
Well,
agreement?
once the campus is completely redeveloped, we're going to have more than enough parking on site.
Okay. When you developed the campus in 1988, did you believe you would have enough parking on site?
I
I'd say
wasn't
the answer
there
was
in
yes.
19.
So-
yeah, let's say yes.
It's getting late, so I'm going to get right to the point. So, Charles, can you show us the original the original photograph that you had up on here?
Of the existing site?
Yes. Okay. So when I look at this quickly, and I have Google Earth like everyone else, you can see that there's vehicles parked on the south streets. And you guys have done everything now, and also on Kennecott, and you've done everything you can to move all those out there because there was a huge outcry. I just want to make sure that if this is approved, that you're going to hear these residents for years to come, and that you're going to be responsive to them, because it's just unbelievable that it took for the Lutheran home to go to the Plan Commission and to hear from these residents in a public forum for the next day there to be a security guard making sure that no one was parking on those streets. And I appreciate that you guys are going to add all kinds of parking to the property, but I just hope, and, you guys are fantastic neighbors. I mean, you have a fall festival, you invite everybody in the neighborhood. You create a really nice ambiance in the neighborhood and an environment for people to walk and everything. But I just can't believe how long it went on that this was just ignored and that people were parking there and there was just nothing done about it.
Okay, well, with all due respect, it wasn't ignored. For all practical purposes, I spend every day, 5 days a week at the Lutheran home for the past 5 years, and I'm only aware of one complaint from a neighbor about street parking. That was Mr. Stanhope, who 2 years ago wrote us a letter of concern about the street parking, which he also contacted the village about, and they contacted us, asked us a lot of questions about how many employees we have, what shift changes, da-da-da-da-da. We explained that we were in a master planning process and that we were planning on adding parking as a result of that process, and that's the last we heard of it. I know 2 residents that live on Kennecott very well because they've had other concerns about the Lutheran home, but not street parking. And in all honesty, I don't know a single resident on any of the south side streets. I've never met them. They've never come to the Lutheran home to express a concern to me. I've never gotten a phone call from any of them. So it wasn't ignored. We realized that we had cars on the side streets, but there was not a huge outcry from the residents. In fact, when we had the neighborhood meetings about this project, the 2 major concerns were the east parking lot and the new building on the west. But street parking was not a major concern brought forth by the neighbors at any of those neighborhood meetings. So
I'll let Mr. Dixon fill you in at a different time, but yeah. I specifically called at least twice and spoke with Mr. Dixon, who then also spoke with engineering, who then also spoke with the Lutheran home, because I walk this neighborhood. I lived in Hasbrook, so I walked this neighborhood when I was running for trustee. Mm-hmm. And I heard from those people, and I went to Mr. Dixon and said, what's going on? Why does this go on? And the response had nothing to do with that we were in the middle of a process. It was that we believe we have enough parking on our property, and we're not sure that those are our employees, and it continued, and the only remedy that those residents had that I reported back to them was that, hey, you can put up signs on your street that say no parking for more than 2 hours from 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. And I urge them not to do that because I don't think it's in their best interest not to be able to park in front of their own home. So all I'm asking is that everyone's listening now.
Right.
Let's make sure we're listening in the future as well.
Absolutely.
Fantastic. Is the pond a detention area?
I believe it. No, it kind of
Are you referring to the ornamental pond in front of the Hearthstone building?
Yes.
That is not detention.
Okay. And the one next to the home that's on the corner of Ridge and Oakton, that is a dry one, but would fill up with water if necessary?
That is correct.
Okay. In the area, this is back to parking, in the area near the Shepherd's Flock, there are 4 spots that are reserved for the daycare. It's just basically for people to pick up and drop off. As you heard at the Plan Commission, the majority of the people drop off their kids between 7 and 9, the majority of them pick them up between 5 and 6. There's many, many times, and I can show them to you on my phone, where there is not a spot anywhere in that parking area for someone to park to be able to pick up their child. And as you know, after 6 o'clock, it's $2 a minute. So oftentimes you see people now parking along the sidewalk to be able to run in to grab their child so that they can get home. Is there, and I'm not going to tie this into anything, but I'm just asking, can you guys look at that and figure out whether or not you could add some more signage, add some more spaces that just show that, from 4 to 6 and 7 to 9 or something like that, so that you don't have that backup? Because my biggest concern isn't the people that are parking illegally. My biggest concern is that an ambulance is not going to be able to get to the front of that building. So just something for thought.
You can be assured that is currently within our plans, and we will be looking very closely at that, because that is a high concern, absolutely.
Excellent. And Mr. Hemmer needs to get a copy of all the surveys in the future that they're complete, because as I was reading in the minutes, he was unaware of complaints by parents from Shepherd's Flock, so I just want to make sure he sees the surveys in the future. Can someone tell me how people are going to be exiting out? I don't think did anybody ever get that answer, how people are going to exit out? What's the ingress and the egress going to be for Lot E? Is that was a big issue? Is it going to just be however they leave?
Yeah, there'll be 2. Lot E will have 2 entrance egress paths. In fact, if we're pulling up the drawing.
I guess I mean from the entire property.
Primary traffic flow will be from Village Drive to Oakton Street.
Okay. I'm fine with that. I just many people were asking about it, and I didn't think we got an answer.
Yeah, and excuse me, just to add into that, the last neighborhood meeting, as was mentioned by one of our neighbors, we did talk about that because one of the individuals that lives directly across the street from me on Oakton, she states that she has a hard time sometimes now backing out with the St. Viator traffic and maybe some of our traffic that goes back and forth. And she was concerned that if that came off, and we've committed again to, for a parking enforcement officer, if we have to do, or even hire a village police officer at certain exit times, similar as I do with some of the larger churches or with Motorola, that we'll have someone there to patrol or direct traffic, and sending people down one direction, or the other.
Okay. I will say that I think that people are very cautious going in and out of that, specifically that entrance, because you have lots of walkers going back and forth, and people slow down, and maybe traffic will have to wait until they can turn in because they're being cognizant of the people. Someone mentioned that we were changing zoning on this property. There's no zoning changes, correct?
That's correct.
Pardon me?
That's correct. It's zoned institutional. There's no zoning change. It's a plan unit development approval.
Okay. And the senior daycare, nobody is driving to senior daycare. They're only bused in and out?
Many of them are bused in and out, and some are dropped off by family members, dropped off and picked up, like child
no one's
daycare.
Driving there?
No one's driving there, right.
All right, my last comment is people were asking what value the Lutheran home brings. I guess you don't know the value until something's gone. Lutheran Home brings a lot of value to this community, and hopefully we never come to the time where they leave, and it takes them to leave for us to realize it. I'm done.
Thank you, Trustee Scaletta. Trustee Blackwood.
Just a sidebar comment to open. I think one of my fellow trustees had mentioned that a lot of comments were made from individuals that were outside of the community. What I noticed was that there were a lot of comments made from people who grew up in this community and ended up moving outside of it, which to me is kind of sad. They should have, if they could have, stayed. So I do take those comments to heart, and I think it's important that we all do. A lot of these concerns about parking, about water detention, they've been addressed. I do have to agree with Trustee Sidor. I would have liked to see a little bit more exploration on the permeable parking lot. It's a nice green initiative. It's probably very expensive, but it's still something that maybe you could consider going forward. And I look at this entire project, and I'm very pleased with all of the hard work that not only the Lutheran Home has done, but staff has done. And I know how detailed staff can be and how sometimes rigid they may appear. But it's all in good effort and to make sure that the project is done very, very well. And I believe that this is. I've toured the entire area, and I've actually walked into the Olson Pavilion, and I realize how important it is to modernize. We have to take a look at the fact that the Lutheran Home has been around for 120 years. If we want to see it around for another 120 years, we have to make sure that, and they have to make sure that they're not only modern and current, but that they're relevant. The competition that is in this particular market is extremely steep. We've had other petitioners come before us that were hoping to do something similar. They haven't succeeded at this point, where the Lutheran Home, I hope, will. We have to make sure that people that are going in for short-term care feel like they're going into a more modern short-term facility where they have gymnasium equipment that they can have access to very quickly and in a very pleasant environment, and obviously that's going to happen. But I do really compliment you on the forward thinking that is involved in this. Mr. Paulsberg has been called a visionary many, many times tonight, and I agree with that. I think that everything that the Lutheran Home in the last 20 years has done, from landscaping to service providing to being a good neighbor and being a good business partner and neighbor in the community, stands on its own. It's the work and the contributions is wonderful, and I thank all of you for that. From an economic perspective, I think that we need to support 120-year-old businesses to continue, and I believe that everything that I've seen tonight leads me to believe that I am going to support this. And the only one issue that I really was thinking about was the density on the actual property. And I think it was Mrs. Dorn who brought this to our attention, that it was very dense. But it's an I-zoned or institutionally zoned area, and what is left of the green space is well done. I could go along with a fence on Lot E on to Ridge, but the reality is the landscaping is very good there. I think the landscaping has been noted throughout as being very strong. So I'm very much in favor of the project.
Thank you. There are still a few questions, and as I look at the display that is visible to those of you who are here, and by the way, thank you for your patience and your endurance. This is your second meeting for many of you, and following our pattern to try to expedite it. I look at it, and the comment was made about the concrete, and I know underground parking has been mentioned, which would enhance greener space. I'm not a pavement specialist, but there's an awful lot of gray, and there's a lot of asphalt, I would assume, is going to be the surface. Is there such a thing as, I know we have green tennis courts, if there's some way to still find a way to green up, and I think that's one of the beauties of Luther Village, and people are used to that with the great setbacks and a lot of green, and it's cooling. In the summer heat, and we've certainly experienced that, the reflection of an all-day hot 90, 100-degree temperature is going to elevate and probably cost a lot more air conditioning because it's right around all the buildings. So I just wish there were more green. And I think I heard residents articulate the same thing as in regards to setbacks. And I don't know what can be done about that, but I would like some kind of assurance that you will research how you build those parking lots, if there's any way at all to green them up or look at reducing their size. I mean, I know that we had some land banking, and you have tried to respond to residents' concern, and we are trying to get employees off of the streets and into employee lots. And I think that will be a great benefit for Casper and Salem, and it bothered me every time I saw Casper spelt with a C. But, wow, it was in all the Plan Commission minutes. You know, because of safety, our big fire trucks, I don't know how they could have responded to a fire on Casper or Salem, south of the facility here, with cars on both sides. Any response?
What I'm going to do is have our architect again just come up and talk a little bit more about some of the parking issues that we did go through, from underground parking to the permeable, and also to the attempt to preserve the overall green space too. But I can assure you, Mayor, that that is obviously one of our huge concerns too. We love the green setbacks again that have occurred and that we do have with the Luther Village project. This is a different use, obviously, because of the type of services that we do provide and the number of employees that are required to be there. So that does make it a little bit different. But I'm going to let Kevin just talk a little bit about some of the other issues.
Great. Thank you, Roger. Just to tackle each of these items. Again, the suggestion of permeable pavers, whether it be a permeable paver, porous concrete, permeable asphalt, very sustainable methods that are being utilized. This parcel that is under consideration tonight falls into a combined sewer district. So what happens is the sanitary and storm sewer is treated combined. What happens is the Metropolitan Water Reclamation District does not recognize then permeable surfaces into its calculation. So although there may be permeable pavers, we are not able to put in a sub-drainage system that would not be permissible under MWRD regulations. So we looked at that as a consideration for several of the patio areas, several of the parking areas. And unfortunately, that does not calculate into our detention. We have, in addition to that, as Roger had stated, trying to strike a balance with the setbacks to maximize distances as best as we can, staying within code regulations and exceeding that in several instances. We did investigate several options for underground parking, whether under building, under current parking facility, under current green space. or under proposed parking. Perhaps the area that's been discussed the most has been to the east, especially knowing that our sizable parking lot expansion is to the east. Under the analysis of the grades that are there, obviously we would have considerable ramping. Currently, as a requirement, as we had mentioned, the current parking lot configuration has a 30-foot setback. Institutional zoning would require that any type of parking structure would need a 50-foot setback. So that's 20 feet or a row of parking that is lost. In addition to that, we would have to configure ramping, which takes up considerable square footage. So through an initial analysis, we found that we could, at a maximum, reach about 80 stalls. There's 115 proposed, so we would still have surface parking at a minimum of 35 stalls. In addition to that, there's quite an expense to underground parking with the size, the limitations, the layout, and we projected a cost estimate of $3.7 million on top of the current expected expense for the area. In knowing that we, again, trying to strike a balance of the regulations, the concerns from the neighborhood led us to the proposed response for that parking area. I hope I'm addressing all of the concerns, Mayor, that you had raised.
Well, just when you're talking about, you could still have some surface parking if you did go underground on the east parking lot, and you would be able to move back away from the 2 units that we heard from Luther Village.
No, that the land bank parking, I just would like to clarify, the designated land bank parking that is now proposed parking, the lots that are furthest to the north and furthest to the south were the land bank designated parking. So these plans show that they are no longer land bank, but they are proposed to be installed. What you're suggesting is that if underground parking were built, those parking stalls would not necessarily need to be built because the surface parking would be more centralized. I guess I'm clarifying your question or trying to understand your question.
Well, I was suggesting that it could structure it so that there would, if needed to be added, would be on top of the underground.
It could be added. Correct.
But then you would shrink it.
It would shrink, but it would grow substantially the project budget.
Okay. Some additional questions. This is going back to the early presentation. Just for the record, there was a slide that showed an exercise room in conjunction with therapy. Will there be only those who have come to the home for that would be utilizing it, or will outside people be able to come and use that as a recreational area?
It will be strictly for our residents on the campus. It will not be a recreational type area. It will be a wellness area, but a rehab area for our residents.
I needed to hear that for the record. Okay. Construction time frame. I've heard 2 years, 4 years. A lot of people, residents, were concerned about how that's going to be staged and what their expectations as neighbors should be.
That's a great question. Our total phased construction takes us out to April of 2016. But I'd like to clarify a little bit of that. This is a phased approach. So the neighbors to the east of the property will experience the construction activity this fall. Our first step would be is installing the east parking lot. Once that's constructed, all activity to the east ends. The next phase is what we're the west addition. That is planned for about an 18-month schedule, which involves the first step of the underground detention, then constructing the west addition. Once that's completed, we'll have 10 months, 10 to 12 months, I should clarify, of interior construction. That construction is the renovation of half of Olson Pavilion. So there won't be any digging on the outside. There won't be any dust and dirt, if you will. All the activities will be happening on the inside. We're maintaining the primary structure. The last phase, which is about the last 10 to 12 month period, there will be some disruption to the south with reconstructing the two smaller additions at the southeast corner in the south primary entrance of Olson Pavilion, and then rebuilding those parking lots on the south and at the main Village Square entrance. So there'll be periods of intense construction activity on the outside, which will be very visible. It'll all be completely fenced and enclosed, and there'll be times where there will be less visible activity from the outside.
During the time of the extensive construction, how much of the parking that we look at on the site will be unavailable?
We included in the board packets, we had submitted a very detailed phase schedule, and we designated stalls for the visitor parking as it shifts from phase to phase. The primary impact is the northwest corner. That's an area that we've designated to receive deliveries, to create construction staging areas. But the majority of parking to the south, to the direct north, and to the east would stay active for the majority of the project. We've also worked with the staff at designating traffic routes to minimize disruption to residents during those construction periods.
Exactly when would the shuttling of staff to the Salt Creek Lane in those 4 year, basically you're talking about 4 years of construction? What phases would those be?
That would begin, Phil. Yeah, it's going to begin this fall once construction begins.
Most of my other questions have been referenced by other trustees. There's no doubt about, I think, the comments that we heard from members of the audience. There's no question as to the quality of service, healthcare, compassion, so forth, was illustrated numerous times. And so we are very fortunate to have such a fantastic facility in the village of Arlington Heights. So staff and Mr. Paulsberg and Mr. Helmer, you've set a standard that you're proud of, and some of your employees came to support that. I think our residents are very appreciative of it, and I've had the opportunity to be in attendance of a few hundred birthday parties. I didn't realize how many people can reach 100 these days, and they all live in your place. There is obviously a growing need as people's life expectancy continues to grow, which is a good thing as long as we have some place to grow old in. And over the decades now, you've been here, and it was pointed out, the Lutheran home was there for 120 years. Its establishment, or something along those lines, but before many of us were even considered. It's a challenge, though. I think that utmost concern has to continue to be throughout the construction, should this get a vote of approval tonight, that the residents that live next door, across the street, down the block, have to continually be part of the construction process. And their need to live by trucks and traffic really need careful management. That it is least disruptive to the residents that live there. There's been petitions and signatures of concern that they want to know that they're not going to be forgotten, that they have their issues. And I think your plan, as much as I don't like to see as much parking in gray, it's better there than on the streets. It'll be interesting. We should maybe have all your employees put stickers on so we know who is parking on that street. Maybe it's not your employees. And you know, maybe it's somebody that's taking a hike and catching a train and doesn't want to pay for commuter parking. You know, who knows? But it would be interesting to find out. I'm not sure how my colleagues feel on issues, but I see a couple of hands up here. Trustee Hayes?
Well, I do note in the materials that the petitioner provided to us that they did endeavor, since the public hearing at the Plan Commission, to answer a large number of questions that were raised at that hearing, specifically
Tab 1.
Yeah, 41 different questions, and it was certainly very helpful to me, and I'm sure to the other board members, in resolving issues that they may have had in their minds. I know it did in my mind, and I think it would really be helpful to the residents in the surrounding neighborhood if we could make this available to them, if it has not already been made available to them upon request. I think it would address some of the issues that may not have been addressed this evening. So if the petitioner has no problem with that, and if the staff can make that happen upon request, I'd certainly appreciate it. I do note of interest to me, and I think to a lot of the individuals who spoke this evening, was the answer to question number 41. And that deals with building, one of the things it deals with is building coverage. And I do note for the record that the current building coverage is 18%, and under the proposal, the building coverage would be 24%, so it would be an increase in the building coverage of 6%, when our code under the village zoning ordinances allows a coverage of 40%, so still 16% under village code there. And with respect to impervious coverage, including both building and pavement coverage for the parking lot, the existing impervious coverage is 52.4%. Under the proposal, as has been submitted, it would increase to 63.1%, so an increase of about 11%. And there is no limitation under village code for impervious surface coverage. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. So we're, you know, although if these numbers are accurate, it seems, I was frankly a little surprised that it was only 11% based on the diagram and the site plan, but I think that's significant that there is still, you know, some 37% green space on the site. So although there is still a significant loss, I think, you know, some green space is still provided. So I just wanted to take note of that because I think it's significant in terms of the response that the petitioner has provided to the questions that were raised at the Plan Commission hearing. So having said that, my general comments are that whenever we vote on these kinds of things and address these issues, petitions that come before us, it's a real balancing approach to address all of the concerns of the surrounding neighborhood when a petition comes before us. And I'm satisfied in my mind that the concerns that were raised by the surrounding neighborhood have been addressed with respect to this particular petition. I don't think, based on what we've heard this evening, based on the revised proposal, that it's going to have an adverse impact on the character of the surrounding neighborhood. One of the questions that was raised in emails to me was a possible negative impact on property values of surrounding homes. And I also don't think that it's going to have any impact on the property values, negative impact on the property values of surrounding homes. May even improve it if you look at the fact that the on-street parking situation is going to be improved, as well as you're going to modernize a facility that's been there for a long number of years, and you're going to be living next to a very modern facility that's utilized to its full capacity. So I don't think it's going to have an adverse impact on the neighborhood. I don't think it's going to have an adverse impact on property values. And because I think we've addressed adequately the concerns of the surrounding residents in a balancing approach to this problem, I feel comfortable in moving approval of the petition with subject to the revised conditions that were contained in Matt Dabrowski's memo dated August 23, 2012.
Second.
Motion by Trustee Hayes, seconded by Trustee Scaletta. Any additional comments? Trustee Sidor?
This is just for my own education. I have a question for the architect regarding your decision-making process on the permeable surface of Lot E. Because it's not, MWRD doesn't count it as, that's why you chose not to do it? Because it's not counted in the calculation?
Well, that was one of the primary reasons. Okay. Obviously, there are a couple of significant other attributes to it. One is cost in putting in a permeable system versus a conventional asphalt paving system.
Okay.
A third consideration is we have designed and installed several pervious systems, whether it be a paver, porous concrete, permeable asphalt
Your
systems.
firm has?
Our firm has. Okay. And one of the concerns in northern climates, and especially in a facility, at Lutheran Home takes safety very seriously. We have this thing called white snow and ice that build up. In order to combat that, it typically takes heavy sanding or salting. With the porous systems, they tend to clog. Within 5 years, they become ineffective. And therefore, it's a significant maintenance cost to then pull the pavers, work the substrate, and lay the pavers back down.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
I appreciate the information. That's all, Mayor. Thank you.
Good question, thank you. Any other questions or comments from staff? We have a motion and a second, and my apologies to a few hands I saw throughout. There's no way we can go back to the audience for comments because we could be here for another 2 hours. If you let one person, you have to let everyone. But again, I'm amazed at how many of you are still with us here. But we're ahead of the Plan Commission so far. We have a motion and a second. I believe roll call.
Trustee Hayes?
Yes.
Trustee Scaletta?
Yes.
Trustee Sidor?
Yes.
Trustee Blackwood?
Yes.
Trustee Breyer?
Yes.
Trustee Glasgow?
Yes.
President Mulder?
Yes. Motion carries. Be a good neighbor. We're all neighbors. Mr. Dixon, any other comments?
Yes, we still have an additional item to address that's part of this proposal, and that's the next item on the agenda.
Mayor, if I might?
Yes. Trustee Scaletta.
At the Building Code Review Board on June 20th, the petitioner came forward and was asking to reduce the fire lane from 26 feet to 24 feet. We had quite a discussion with a representative from the fire department, and I seconded the motion that evening, so I would make the motion this evening to concur with the Building Code Review Board dated June 20th, 2012.
Second.
Motion and a second with concurrence on the motion made by Trustee Scaletta, seconded by Trustee Sidor. Any other questions or clarifications? All those, roll call.
Trustee Scaletta?
Yes.
Trustee Sidor?
Yes.
Trustee Glasgow?
Yes.
Trustee Hayes?
Yes.
Trustee Blackwood?
Yes.
Trustee Breyer?
Yes.
President Mulder?
Yes. Motion carries. Any other business? Any announcements from trustees? Mr. Dixon?
If there are none from trustees, I have one to announce under my report.
Yes, Mr. Dixon.
I don't want to preclude anybody. Are you ready?
I'm ready.
Okay. Just a reminder, our next formal board meeting is Tuesday, September 18, as opposed to Monday, the 17th. The usual Monday date is Rosh Hashanah, and that's a holiday that we
Observe.
don't meet. We are open that day, but we don't meet in the evening on those days.
Okay, any other comments? I just want to again thank the audience for your involvement. I think it assists staff as well as the village board in making good decisions for long-term for our community. And I look forward to seeing the completion. May 4 years go by quickly. So with that, a motion for adjournment?
So moved.
Second.
Motion by trustee Glasgow, seconded by trustee Scaletta. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say nay. Motion carries. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.